We're back to another Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel and video game news. Today is Wednesday, January 10th. Let's see here. Yeah, that's still not working as far as the smart on air sign. Waking up from sleep and sending a signal. So, as far as I know, it's not working at all. I think it is, but yeah. I've very much reverted as far as the amount of progress I've made on my smart on air sign just by making really only one change. I've gone in circles trying to change a lot of things, but mostly I've just moved from using little FS to non-volatile storage for saving the settings, and even that has been giving me trouble. That and the big change of compiling and building the program using the ESP IDF instead of just using the Arduino programmer, so I can then use the exclusive feature of encryption and secure boot. Let's see, deck slots have been revamped, items increasing using deck slots have been revamped. The previous limit of 5 purchases has been extended to 10. Those who have already made purchases can make additional purchases, so yay, you can buy more deck slots. You probably would never really need to buy more deck slots unless you're just playing Yu-Gi-Oh! In a much better way than I am, which maybe there are some people out there that do make dozens upon dozens of different types of decks, but I think your average person struggles to just find one good meta deck, maybe 2 or 3. We have a long list of more pointless icons, card backs, a new mate, and a new card case. And then they've introduced one new secret pack that is also coming, or has come, January 4th, I guess. So minimal updates, all of which are built around you spending more. So let's spin some more here. So you've got this mate here for 300 gems, which is overpriced. You've got a card protector here, card back for 100 gems, which is overpriced. Remember, 100 gems is a card pack of 7 cards pretty much, so is this icon worth half of a card pack? I would say absolutely not, even though I think maybe this specific image might be kind of cute. This is the kind of stuff that really should just be given away free, or at least mostly free, to keep players playing. Inherently, if I wasn't playing Yu-Gi-Oh! As much as the daily quest required, I definitely wouldn't not be earning enough gems as a free-to-play player. This is definitely not worth a third of a card pack for a frame. But yeah, I wouldn't be, if I wasn't doing the daily quest every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, I wouldn't be earning enough gems to get these things. Definitely wouldn't be worth money to buy gems to get these things. I would just fall further and further behind, where you want it to be flipped on its head as a concept, and you want these things to convince a percentage of players who usually wouldn't play to play more Yu-Gi-Oh! And I don't think any of these items really are visually appealing enough when you're actually playing Yu-Gi-Oh! To make me want to play one more game. I just don't really buy that at all, particularly since it is a collectible card game, and so obviously collectible cards are the things you want to focus on. So this is a new pack, and it definitely is a candidate for buying 3 packs. Of course, if I do that right now, I would be a little short, so I think I'm gonna skip it for at least a week. And then this new secret pack as one free pool, so we'll go ahead and do that for free. This is about the only thing here in Yu-Gi-Oh! That I think they are probably doing right. Is that you should be getting free pools for new card packs, but arguably there should be a month-long celebration where you get special daily quests to get a full card pack of the new secret pack. So you're more motivated to engage with these secret card packs. In Hearthstone, that was one thing they started to do, is that they would start to give you daily quests that just got you a full card pack. And I can't quite remember if Hearthstone would give you card packs that were older cards from older card packs, or if it was giving you only the newest card packs from the newest expansion. I think it was giving you only the newest ones. This too would be a decent candidate to open, and it's the same one. So yeah, how many tickets do I have right now? 19. Let's just stay where we are. So yeah, I would want to see every time they made a new secret pack that you had something much more flashy when you first logged in, going, hey, you've got this new secret pack in celebration of this new secret pack. And every day you log in, or once a week, every week you log in for the next 4 weeks, we'll give you 4 more card packs. So you get like a total of 5 extra card packs just for logging in, just for coming back to the game. You probably would want to take it in the next direction and reward people for actually playing the new cards, which would argue that with a new card secret pack being added, there should be an event specifically designed around you have to use these cards and a much smaller subset of other cards, or you have to use a loaner deck that is built directly on these cards. But yeah, clearly we don't have that happening. So I just got 1 free pack from a new secret pack, and that means absolutely nothing to me. Okay. So, to ritual summon or pendulum summon anything is in part to abandon trying to play ranked with this proficiency test. And yeah, looks like we may go with that anyways. Something here has been modified and is forbidden. I don't get it. Playing ranked, Zodiac Tri-Brigade. Says prohibited. Edit deck. What has been changed? Seems like they've gotten rid of the ability to have more than one of those. And you can only have one of those. So that is a minimal change, really. And I could just do that. Or I could even do that. How many extra cards do I really need? Like, you can have multiple ultra rares. if you have them. So I think I could do that fine. Think I can do that fine. These are very possibly just cards I didn't have previously. Okay. Alright, so you're limited to 15. I thought it was 20, which really goes to show how little I know about Yu-Gi-Oh! So, just put everything back as far as the extra cards go. Which that's still perfectly fine. And that undoes the prohibition. Meanwhile, do I have anything here that I would be ritual summon? Well, this will be pendulum summoning. We are very low in the rank, and it is only January 10th, so playing these to get the proficiency clearance done now does make some sense, but it is just very much wasting my time as far as wanting to actually go up the ladder and play ranked. It certainly isn't interconnected to the new content of the game, really, other than the proficiency test being relatively new. So, yeah. Overall, I'm not really getting pushed into doing something that other people might be doing, and so there's this player versus player game does not really do a great job of building any kind of community. Although, in all fairness, I think a lot of games with PvP elements do a really poor job of creating any kind of community at all. That's why there was such a high push, I imagine, in things like Modern Warfare to introduce text chat originally in some games, but then later in more modern games like Modern Warfare, voice chat, and to have team-based gameplay so that you're building some level of community. And there definitely is a community in Modern Warfare, even if most people would say that community is full of people who are rude. Okay. This one is your one to use, I think. Let's activate this and see if this works towards anything. Oh, I can do this. So which card do I want to send to the graveyard? Not sure which ones to get rid of here. Let's get rid of that card, I guess. Now we're just looking for the highest attack monsters. I would assume. I thought we were going to summon this. Let's go ahead and get rid of the smallest card. Select the biggest card. Scale that. Scale that, I guess. See what this effect does. Got 25 there. So best to just tribute this. This is all just a lot of extra work. A lot of extra work. We'll just see what happens here. Now the good news is I really just need to tribute summon like one more thing. And the better news is I'm looking like I'm actually going to win here, which is surprising. For the accountability section, I'll say first of all, I've been spending too much mental energy thinking about a different program, which clearly taking that week thinking about making a different program. Clearly taking a week of playing Skyward Sword was a mistake to take an extra break, and clearly I really wish I had been done with the Smart on Air sign a while ago. But yeah, I've been wasting mental energy thinking about making a sort of almost large language module, probably closer to like a blockchain or a torrent compression program system, standard protocol. In it, dictionaries used to compress data would be turned into sequences that would be shared online. So what would happen effectively is you'd have this file compression thing, which I'm not sure too many people even bother to zip files anymore. Like we do really just have an abundance of data that it's not until you start to get to servers and things like that that you're running large levels of compression, and some of that is definitely being done on the low levels of the hard drives themselves, instead of trying to do it with specific types of files. So yeah, there's a lot of ifs that can happen. I think I'm gonna just win here and then end up having to play a second game with this deck just to get enough pendulum summons going. that being a dragon type. But yeah, as far as this idea of making a compression program that would be some kind of open source program that almost nobody would adopt, I'm sure, and I just wouldn't really have the ability to promote well enough, because surprisingly there actually even now is a compression standard that Google introduced, and it's not really a case that the compression standard works outside of using it for, that was literally only one pendulum summon. It's a compression standard really designed to have just HTML tags and information as its base dictionary, and so it does not work for any real level of efficiency on anything else. So it's very specialized to just, this is the HTML type of your page, of your web page. It's not even going to be very helpful. The Google compression isn't even very helpful as far as downloading images or files or audio that might be on a web page. Of course, there are lossy ways to compress images and audio, and there's room for better adoption of lossless compression on images and audio to web pages. Whereas my idea just needs a lot of experimentation as to whether it even make things smaller, whether it would even successfully do the compression part well. And I thought it was going to be based on what are called super permutations, super permutations. But as I started to research it, that it actually would be better if it was based on what are called De Bruijn sequences, which is DE space BRUIJEN, a German mathematician discovered them, invented them up. Whereas De Bruijn sequences, or DB sequences for short, is what they seem to reference them as, are kind of like the opposite of super permutations, in that it is a sequence that has every single possible combination of something. The problem there is that what I need, what they have done with the De Bruijn sequences is they're thinking binary. And so yes, you could make an 8-bit binary De Bruijn sequence that would just be the exact equivalent of what is already pre-programmed in a table in your CPU for ASCII, so that there really wouldn't be any difference between sending a binary, and very much in the case of the letter A being converted to binary, the letter A is almost certainly converted to binary at some point in the process, at which it would be at some point in the process at which it would look at the De Bruijn sequence to try and convert things. So as far as binary compression is concerned, if you're going to go down to that level, the De Bruijn sequence would be less efficient. It'd probably be about 8 times less efficient, unless you make a much larger sequence. And there is also no way I've seen so far in my early research as to how you could calculate the efficiency when you started going from binary to something like trinary, or from having just zeros and ones to having zeros through something else. At a certain point, base 64 encoding is probably already doing a lot of that and should step in to do a lot of that. If the first step perhaps is to base 64 encode all the data and then look for patterns on top of that for more compression, that might be something. Definitely feels like I'm playing almost a completely different deck now. How did that happen? Well, I guess that does happen when you play the deck only once. But yeah, it needs to be scaled up significantly. It needs to take every single word in the English language to start with, and make a De Bruijn sequence using not just binary symbols of 0 or 1, but every single word. So cat, hat, dog. Put those in some kind of order, and then try to make a super permutation on top of that De Bruijn sequence of every single word in the English language, which that may just very much be beyond the scale. And the thought overall of this compression program concept protocol would be that as people in the real world are compressing data, for instance, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, that probably happens quite a bit. So taking that and seeing that that is used quite a bit should put that on this blockchain equivalent, which really it would probably be just this ever-growing hash table. And there's perhaps a level of recursiveness there. But yeah, the idea is that as people are doing those levels of compression on their computers, they might find a better dictionary, a better system overall than has ever been found before, and then their better dictionary, their better system would be added to the blockchain. And so it would be a case where you would go to the internet and say, what's the best table for these words? And you would either download that table, and while you're waiting for that table to download, that dictionary to download, and by dictionary here I don't mean the full dictionary like all the words are in English language, but just a subset of words that would actually be used in the file you're trying to compress. But as you're waiting for that file to download, you're trading off bandwidth and using your CPU, which is also using power. This might be a very inefficient system overall. But yeah, as you're waiting for the file to download, you're also randomly trying using your own CPU to see if there's a better way. And so if there is a better way, there arguably should be a way to upgrade the dictionaries, because that's really what it's going to come down to, is that you're not going to have some mathematical way to just immediately make the best super permutation of the words you're using. We don't seem to have any math way of doing that, even with numbers, let alone words, or a larger group of symbols which make up words. So it would be kind of like the search for extraterrestrial life used to do. You can still do it. You can put a little app on your computer and use your CPU power to scan the night skies for or signs of life. But even the SETI project has pretty much said that the computers have gotten so powerful on their servers that it's not really necessary for people to donate their own CPU process. And I hate to make the comparison, but it very well may be similar to like Bitcoin mining, where it just uses a lot of CPU power for perhaps not that big of a reward. And definitely this concept of a program would be much more beneficial to the likes of Google and Microsoft and Amazon with their AWS service, compressing entire websites and compressing massive amounts of data, Dropbox, services like that. The more data you have, the more it makes sense to have a better compression algorithm, or seek out a better compression algorithm. Yeah, and there definitely are certain tiers to it, and I'm probably not explaining what's going in my head very well, because what's going in my head very well is not even very set in stone. It's the beginnings of an idea that I shouldn't even be spending any energy talking about or thinking about, because I really need to get my Smart On Air sign finished and out there and available for sale, and try to make some actual income instead of making some kind of software that would be almost certainly open source and never amount to any real financial assistance from me. But yeah, there should be some levels there where if you have a dictionary of words that's in a DB sequence, can you then abstract words? Because let's say the letters B and E appear next to each other quite often, does that save you any space if you replace the letters B and E in that first DB sequence with a symbol that pointed to a second DB sequence where it's just parts of words? And probably doesn't, like, because the way that would have to work is that you would have to indicate that one dictionary has a sub-dictionary under it, so that you don't have to have these long dictionary numbers, which means entire blocks of dictionaries would be taken up for that recursiveness. And then the letters BE would be a 16-bit signal, basically. So at best, you turn the letters D and B and E in your subdictionary into a 8-bit signal, which is basically I think all you could send. So you've cut the size in half for 2 letters, which is nice, but that's about all you can do with it. Guess I just have to end the turn. Clearly this pendulum summon deck doesn't work unless you have at least 3 pendulum summon creatures in your hand, which that probably highlights why nobody plays pendulum summon cards, is that you would need a lot of assistance cards to draw more cards. Pot of Desire would be a big target there, to just get 2 more cards. And inherently needing 2 more cards is an example of needing 2 more cards is just an example of the problems that have been with most strategies in Yu-Gi-Oh! Where it is a case that having one more card or two more cards gives you a significant amount of advantage. Yeah, I suppose if maybe the secondary table had a variable length to it, there might be something that could happen there. Instead of taking 16 bits, the letters B and E, which would be a 16-bit symbol, and then taking it to the next lower dictionary and turning that into a pointer for an 8-bit table. Maybe you could have it be variable. If B and E were in the 0 position, maybe just sending a binary 0, which I'm not even sure network-wise you can just send a binary 0. I think pretty much packets have a limitation on them to the point where you would maybe need to reprogram how networking works for this to make sense. But then I guess at a certain level there is also just a level of compression that doesn't make sense on small turns in small amounts, and it makes way more sense if you're talking like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, all the way through Z, which would be 26 characters. If 26 characters got turned into a 1 8-bit character, or a variable length character that could be even 1 bit long, then that would be significant improvements. 26 times 8 being turned down to 1 would be a massive amount of compression. No idea what I'm supposed to be doing here. So yeah, anyways, like I said, and I really proved it there, I've just been spending too much time thinking about that when I have lots of other things I should be working on. As far as my Smart on Air side, I'm just banging my head against the JavaScript's not seemingly working when it was working at some point, I thought. The non-volatile storage seems to not work. The waking up and announcing on the serial monitor, which is not even a feature I'm using for anything other than debugging, is not working. So there's like 4 things that really I wish were just working now, and I could just be done with it, and I could really be certain that the testing and everything works. I do think I may have found some tweaks as I'm just more and more customizing a library that seems to maybe have increased the odds but not fully fixed the problem as far as the bug showing up. When it saves settings, it resets the Wi-Fi access point by a default name, and I'd like it to not do that default name. I'd like it to not do anything, but yeah, even at that effort, I'm not really succeeding greatly. It sometimes feels like it's working, sometimes it feels like it isn't working. And clearly this is just a bug in the Wi-Fi manager library, because it's pretty simple. You should just get to settings, turn off the Wi-Fi for a few seconds, install the new settings for the Wi-Fi and then turn it back on. But something is clearly happening out of order. Sometimes. And some of that may not be in the Wi-Fi manager library, and some of it may just be a lower level problem with the Wi-Fi on the ESP32. Although, I'm not certain about that either. One thing I can show off, because I talk about the Smart On IO sign very much and don't really have a lot to show, is that I also worked on the instructions. Now, inherently, these instructions are just gonna suck. I have no, these are paper instructions. The instructions are also built into HTML on the sign setup. I'd prefer to not have to include the paper instructions at all. But in practicality and realisticness, it definitely probably makes sense to have paper instructions that come with it. And even in their terrible state, all I have is a laser printer that prints in black and white, so these color screenshots, which are way too small to really see other than a just general idea of where you should be and what it should look like, are terrible in black and white. And so, yeah, I'm trying to keep the instructions simplistic for the HTML, because on a web page, you really only have about this many words, 5-6 words in length before you're crossing on to another line. The font here I know looks really small, but in print version it's really not that bad. The instructions are pretty simple. Like, step 1 is download and install OBS, and this font is pretty awful too. Look how that W puts a big space in between down and load. Maybe there actually is a space there. And I'm not going to go through the entire instructions here, but there's about 13 instructions just to install and set it up, and some of that is really too complicated. It would certainly make some sense to have an installer and just say download and install this installer, and then that's going to do whatever. Okay, so I could do all 4 here. Let's see how that works. So this is doesn't work at all. Oh well, we just wanted the pendulum anyways. And that's, I hope, number 3, but that may have been number 2. Which one do we want to turn into a dragon type? Probably this one. Yeah, that didn't do anything for me. None of that did anything for me. So anyways, I figured out how to make screenshots on Windows. Go to OBS's website, install it. Here's what the OBS should look like by default. It is in this dark theme, where preferably I don't like OBS in the dark theme. I feel like production software should be in a light theme, and gaming software should be in a dark theme. but that's my only purpose, my only personal opinion, I guess. Only my personal opinion is what I was going to say. Let's focus on this. So we have now a Spellcaster Pendulum and a Dragon Pendulum. It's still not good enough. Yeah. Second step is just kind of showing how do you get to the OBS WebSockets and what the OBS WebSocket page is. Third step is getting the connection info. And then here, I stupidly trying to save space, put the fourth step with no screenshots, the fifth step, and the sixth step at the bottom here. Otherwise, it's just going to take another page. It took me quite a long time to figure out how to make a hard page break in Google Docs. But yeah. So maybe I should just bother here to go ahead and bother to make some more screenshots and take up the space. Once you get past step 6, you're in the you're in the spot where you've connected to the smart on-air sign instead of just preparing your computer, and so that takes you to step 7, step 8, step 9, step 10, and step 11, which is just filling in all of the information. Now, OBS WebSocket calls it your Wi-Fi name, the SSID. I should add some extra information there in both the yeah, I guess I could change the internal source code there to change it from saying SSID to network name. But yeah, people, I guess, general people, non-technical people probably don't remember that the network name was called the SSID. But yeah, you get this one page on the Smart On Air Signs little web page, and then you click save, and then at that point you go back to your computer and check OBS, and so that's page 2. I didn't play, but that's fine because I was going to lose anyways. And then there's the optional steps after step 12 to install the advanced scene switcher, which requires you to either scan a QR code that is giant at the bottom here, or just better yet, copy the information from the instructions from here where it says click for instructions. Maybe I should put the sample macro code as its own separate thing. That probably would be a thought to experiment with. But yeah, you have to go to yet another website to install the advanced scene switcher plugin, download the latest version, get the macro code that I'm providing that will then be scanned and be a base 64 encoded string of text. So it'll be a bunch of pluses and backslashes and A's through Z's and 1s and 2s and 3s, things like that. Then you need to select which scene collection you're going to do it on, because the advanced scene switchers have unique save files for each scene collection, which means you have to repeat step 15 through step 18 for every scene collection you have. By default, you're only going to have one anyways, but if you've already made multiple scene collections in OBS, you would need to do that. Then you import in the code from here, and then you hear some general explanations that go horizontal once again, as far as explaining what the macros that you just imported do. And then this probably should be a different table to change the hotkeys that trigger the macros, for the macros, and then enabling system tray for OBS. And then there's instructions on just generally how you get OBS to run at startup, which you would definitely want, particularly if you're using the advanced scene switcher macro to detect if things like Cisco WebEx or Skype are open and being used. We are certainly at a terrible position where QR codes are about the only way to put a massive amount of data in paper, and you can see it is a giant QR code. It really doesn't even look much like a QR code. The little square registration marks to show you that keep it aligned are really, really small. Here, let me just zoom in. Like normally you would just have your corner marks, and then maybe you would see one small registration mark. This one has 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 registration marks to keep it aligned. And they aren't just on the lower edge, they are actually in a grid. So effectively it is like one subsection of a QR code inside of a QR code. So 6 QR codes. And even in this form factor, you're giving this to a person as a paper thing, and they may be installing the information via a computer or a laptop. Well, there's a decent chance that a computer doesn't have a camera connected to it. And even if a Windows computer did have a camera connected to it, I don't think it has a default built-in QR camera scanner. So you'd have to install some app that I'm not even going to bother to mention or suggest a specific app there, because if I suggested yet another program I'm not affiliated with to use, that suggestion might go away. Yes, there are apps where you could take a paper scanner and scan in this on a Windows computer, but most people aren't going to do that. So there's just this extra hassle. It might even make more sense to just have programmable NFC paper tags and say scan this, but if you can scan a QR code with a cell phone, that's just the same as an NFC. It's not like computers or laptops have NFC scanners either. And see, that's just the level of quality as far as the instructions as it's going to go out. Like, if somebody wants to be incredibly generous and rewrite the instructions for me, I would love that, but I am not expecting that to happen at all. Let's see. Did we get enough pendulum summons? No. We weirdly are still at 1. Maybe that's because I didn't play the game all the way through, so I may have screwed myself over there. Or maybe you have to pendulum summon things from the extras deck after they've died. If that's the case, that's going to be a hassle. Yeah. Undeniably, I have to admit that my level of work for the amount of time and energy it takes me is very, very poor. Like, there may be a lot of intelligence as far as programming there. I think I'll leave other people to think if that's true or not. And programmers almost certainly love to nip at the heels of other programmers, so I imagine if people could see my code, they would laugh at it as far as how simplistic or stupid it or poorly written it is. But when it comes to the side projects and the other things, it's terrible. It's really terrible. Dealing with the human element is certainly not my skill set. That don't be a specialist, I would say. Try to have much more general skill sets. I think it benefits you overall. It allows a lot more flexibility and a lot more just in general value to your efforts. Let's see. 6, 8. How was this not pendulum summoned? So we can reduce one and we can increase one. But apparently you can only pendulum summon once. At a certain level, as far as the Smart On Air sign is concerned, and I'll stop talking about it pretty soon, but at least I have something to show there, instead of just nebulously talking about it. And I definitely would hope that the instructions were better, because from the instructions come the sales pitch and the website to sell it, and yeah, I'm going to try and see if ChatGPT can help me quite a bit there. But there's definitely an argument that in this first round I'm looking for more technical people to use it and potentially give me feedback if there are problems, or if it's all silent and I never get any complaints or feedback and I just get a ton of sales, then I know a broader audience in selling the product might make some sense at that point. Although I'm not sure really what kind of places I could sell it. Like, in general, I'm expecting to put it on Crowd Supply and make a Shopify website. At that point, I don't know the next steps as far as getting any further, and I don't know if these kinds of products makes a lot of sense being on a Walmart shelf or on any other website. Almost certainly I don't want to sell it on Amazon.com, just because Amazon.com sucks and treats their sellers pretty terribly, and it really is a product that would just disappear amongst so many other products that do completely different things. But yeah, the hope is that it sells at all, and that it would continue to sell through just the Shopify website, and that would be the end of it, and it would sell well directly. And then it would just be a question as far as would it sell well enough to justify trying to make newer versions, improvements. At a certain level, I guess if it was successful enough, maybe you try to show it off at something like CES. But at a certain point, putting anything on CES is just hoping that somebody else would buy it and sell it as their own product, and sell it more as a white label project that then got labeled as something else. Like, I don't even really want to win here. And that's the weird thing, is you're playing ranked here and you need to win, and all I'm really caring about at the moment is just getting the dumb proficiency done. Okay, so is that a pendulum summon because it came from the extra set? didn't realize I could continuously just lower and increase. Interesting. So the weirdness here was that 2 pendulum summons, or was that just 1 pendulum summon? I'm not sure. CES is weird. I'm definitely paying more attention to it this year than I have in past years for a very long time. I used to watch CES probably 15 years ago or so, back when I was probably still like in high school or something then even. But that was definitely a different time. That was a time before kind of like Android phones, and we had really solidified as far as what gadgets are actually helpful and people actually want, and we were much more in this wild west of any new gadget could be really cool, could be another thing. As I'm watching Eureka and wasting more time watching Eureka on Amazon Prime Video, it's interesting to kind of see like what kind of USB number pads they're using as props as far as gadgets go, and that general feel of where technology and gadgets felt cool, whereas now it's all been very commoditized and just commonplace to have a cell phone and have a cell phone do everything you would expect or need it to do. And so that made CES fail. There is a large amount at the Consumer Electronics Show of vaporware, and that's a big problem too. Even in the old times when I was watching CES, like the iOmega zip disks, they came out with a newer technology above zip disks. Zip disks were supposed to, and for a while, were replacing floppy disks, because a floppy disk would be like 2 megabytes, whereas zip disk would be maybe 25 megabytes, maybe 50 megabytes of space. This would have been right before burning CDs really always made sense, which could hold 650 megabytes, and well before we had entire gigabytes of data on any kind of flash memory. That didn't even exist. But yeah, zip disk came out with a new standard, and that failed too. And so with that, there was... Okay, we are done with pendulum summoning. So the move here is to go back to Zodiac Tri-Brigade and try and work up our ranks a little bit. But honestly, I shouldn't even bother to play one more game. But that definitely was one of the major disappointments with CES. That, and just after watching CES for 3 or 4 years, you start to realize you're just seeing the same things over and over again, and CES never really fixed that. Also, CES used to have video games in it, and for a long time it didn't, which gets me to the point I've been slowly working towards now. With E3 now officially dead, it definitely feels like Sony in particular has decided to go back to CES and announce hardware and video game software at CES. So Sony in particular feels like that's a trade show worth attending. Now, I imagine it's not the only thing Sony is going to do, and we are still going to see a lot of Sony Directs happening more often throughout the year, and so it isn't just going to be a once a year thing, but Sony does clearly want to sell hardware. Meanwhile, to counter that statement, there has been a wide range of rumors, and rumors are basically all I can call them, that I've seen on Reddit that says either Microsoft it is somewhere between Microsoft is thinking of putting 1, maybe 2 games on other platforms. I could see it being something like Sea of Thieves, where they've invested so much time on that and they just desperately want it to be successful. Therefore, they're going to try to drastically increase their player base. They may also have seen some writing on the wall that shows that unless your game has a massive player base these days, it fails fairly quickly for any kind of player group activity type of game, like Sea of Thieves. And so I definitely could see Sea of Thieves being an example of a game that really would only succeed if you've got large groups of friends all playing at the same time in some kind of free-to-play cross-platform setup. So that is the small range of the rumor, with none of this being confirmed. The large range of the rumor is that Microsoft is going to go completely third-party and license all of its games to my PlayStation and Nintendo Switch and publish all of its games there, and completely abandon the hardware of the Xbox Series X and Series S and not make a new console, which that is a very extreme take, certainly, and I don't fully buy it. On one level, I think it is kind of a dumb thought that Microsoft would put complete control of hardware design in the hands of both Sony and Nintendo, when both Sony and Nintendo have a element of not being 100% great at making hardware. Like Nintendo, left to its own devices, would have all consoles become much lower quality, and it would be a huge backstep for console gamers, to the point where I think console gamers would seek out either Steam Decks and PC gaming, or they would seek out a new company to make a new kind of console that's better. And Sony, while the PlayStation 5 is fine for what it is, I mean, they also went in that wild direction with the PlayStation 3. So putting it all in the hands of Sony, which we don't even know who's going to be in charge of Sony as far as making the next consoles and hardware, would be kind of crazy too. So yeah, I just don't really buy the idea that they would completely abandon hardware. Now, they've said multiple times, Microsoft has said multiple times, that they would love for Xbox Game Pass to be on Nintendo Switch or Nintendo consoles. They'd love for Game Pass to be on the PlayStation. They just want their games everywhere. But it's pretty crazy to put all of your faith into Sony as Microsoft, when you've seen that Sony in the past has delighted in defeating and screwing over Microsoft, and Microsoft has done the exact same thing. That they are not a set of long-running friendly rivals by any means. So yeah. And even with the Activision Blizzard merger and having Call of Duty, it doesn't feel like Sony or Nintendo couldn't just screw Microsoft over again and say, you know what, we're not going to allow your games on our platform. unless there was some kind of legal ruling that forced Nintendo and Sony to allow the games on there. And we could see Call of Duty becoming less popular and then Microsoft losing all of its leverage because of it. And inherently, I think there is just a misnomer in the extreme end of that rumor that assumes that Microsoft is well set up to be a third-party developer that just develops games, and I don't know if I really believe that to be true. Like, I think Microsoft kind of struggles to be a game developer. And make games, and that's in part why they've acquired so many game companies, and I don't know if that them acquiring Activision Blizzard fixes that. Maybe there is some kind of secret information that Activision Blizzard had that got passed over to Microsoft once they acquired them, as far as the way the industry is built and the way all of those deals are made, and that has changed the plans of Microsoft. But also, I wouldn't be surprised if these are just changed plans. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if these rumors are fake leaked rumors designed to hide some kind of like surprise release of a new console. Although right now, Microsoft announcing a new console doesn't really make a lot of sense either. If anything, I would suspect it might be a rumor designed to see if you can force PlayStation into announcing a PlayStation 5 Pro, which people are somewhat expecting. But yeah, there are a lot of rumors going on. Of course, this time, by this time Friday, maybe some of those rumors will be proven true. So yeah, in a lot of ways, I think it probably is just a perhaps seasonal thing where rumors start happening and announcing things. Apple at CES announced their VR headset with no real controller support or anything, so you kind of knew it's not designed for gaming. It's priced and being advertised absolutely not for gaming. So it definitely isn't a case that the future in Apple's eyes is for them to make a console and get into video gaming. Which I'm not super surprised about that. Okay. Can't do anything more, so that'll be the end of that turn. I could do a little bit more. I guess I chose not to. Guess we'll activate this. I need to stop playing after this game. We went long trying to get the pendulum summons, and now I'm just trying to get some victories to make some progress. If it is a seasonal thing that either CES or just being bored and having no major games to focus on leads to random speculation, that's kind of weird because there is actual news. And I would say, whoops, that they didn't intend for that to be there, I imagine. That's where having the automatic card placement can really screw you over. Now I can just destroy things. Now let's see. Don't have anything here. But if I do this, we'll start with that one, we'll go with that one, and we'll go with that one. These. We'll go ahead and send that to the graveyard. We'll go ahead and add that to the hand. Let's see. Go activate this. Then he just saw this. Yeah, he's gonna have so many different options to win there. And I assume these connection failures are people cheating and disconnecting their network, not connection failures, because I'm not really having major network problems. I really haven't had huge amounts of network problems ever since getting my newest router. I still question, though, if it wasn't my ISP, AT&T fiber, causing problems most of the time in earlier parts of last year, but looks like they may have finally gotten some more stability going there. It is worth mentioning, though, that if it is a seasonal thing where people are just making up rumors, it's also important to point out that these rumors are not really coming just from random unvetted sources on Reddit or on the internet in general. It's not just people posting rumors on some forum, whereas in past decades it would have been a case where we would have given more credibility and talked more about people posting rumors. What's now become more the norm is a case where people have a podcast, they have enough viewers, they have enough viewership that they're pointing out these rumors and trying to be these breaking news sources, and it's questionable almost always so far when it has come from somebody like Jeff Grubb or a podcast as far as how accurate these rumors really are. And even when people get it 100% right, it's not like that credit really means anything in any way. It doesn't, like, it doesn't really do anything for a news source. Jeff Grubb in particular, I think, is a great example there. He got hired by Giant Bomb as Giant Bomb became less and less relevant, and is continuing to try and grow his brand by being a newsbreaker, but he's not really good. He's not really getting anywhere with it. The only person who has been somewhat good at breaking news has been Jason Schreier with Bloomberg, which so that basically means there's one person in the entire mainstream video game journalist industry that has any credibility as far as being a source that gets breaking news. And this kind of rumor and breaking news information is never really useful because it doesn't mean anything. You can't do anything based on it. If I got, say, rumors that there was a new PlayStation 6 coming out, then maybe I would think, well, then people should buy a PlayStation 6 if they want a console. Which it is looking more like, because there is that major side of that rumor that Microsoft might completely abandon hardware, that does push more towards the idea that if you are going to buy a console, you probably should buy a PlayStation 6. But you're still in that weird situation where you kind of need to own a Nintendo console anyways. Whatever the next Nintendo console is, probably called the Switch 2, very likely will have games that are not backward compatible. And so there will be new Nintendo games that people will still want to play, which will still require you to own the Nintendo console and the PlayStation console. Let's see. Speaking of Nintendo, we have some Video Games Chronicle news saying that Nintendo shares hit a record high driven by Switch 2 and oil money speculation. Japan's Nikkei stock index surged to a nearly 34-year high on Wednesday. Oil speculation, I assume, doesn't mean that Nintendo is heavily invested in oil. I imagine it has more to do with the most recent New Year's Day earthquake and oil speculation around that. It was revealed this week that the Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund has recently raised its stake in the Dynasty Warriors and Ninja Gaiden publisher Koei Tecmo. Which I don't know if that inherently means oil speculation either. I just have to assume that oil speculation is being... No, oil money speculation. Yeah, that's a terrible way to phrase that. Even if you were to say that the Saudi Arabian's public interest fund is 100% funded by oil money, which it very well may be, that doesn't read well as a headline. Honestly, the headline should just be Nintendo shares hit record high driven by Switch 2. There is no need for the "and" in a headline in, I imagine, most cases. And noticeably, this is Koei Tecmo that's being invested by the Saudi Arabia Public Investment Fund, not Nintendo. So, terrible headline. I also wanted to mention, as it's still fresh in my mind, I've talked about the idea, and this is something I could never really do, of a IMDb for video games where we get more credits from game makers. Well, I looked it up and Googled it. There is at least one website that tried to do that, but notably, it doesn't seem like they've added anything since 2022. So they potentially gave up in the pandemic, and definitely the website doesn't look amazing, nor does it seem like you could ever do anything like that without major amounts of funding. Even IMDb only still succeeds and exists because it has a major amount of advertising and funding going through it. And it was acquired a few years ago to maintain that kind of money. But this is an example of where the internet and information should be free, and it should be easier and cheaper to maintain databases and information, and it just doesn't work. And it is kind of a great example of where the internet as it is failing in slow measures because it is based on people having servers and hard drives and people having to pay money on a monthly basis to have servers and hard drives. Whereas ideally it would be more of a peer-to-peer internet where more data is shared from peer-to-peer, from kind of like torrents of some sort. And it's a shame the torrenting concept didn't lead to entire servers or non-federated information. They've tried to do that, certainly with like replacing Twitter with Mastodon and things like that, where each person can run their individual servers and thus it creates this system where no one person controls Twitter or Facebook or things like that. And I would like to see those kinds of things happen, but I don't know if it really would happen ever. And at a certain level, if everybody's computer is in part holding the internet together, then everybody is paying some small tax and electricity fee to use the internet on top of paying for internet access, which you'd still have to pay for. And it probably wouldn't work on things like Netflix if all of a sudden everybody has a part of Netflix's newest episode on their computer, sharing it that way. So those kinds of services couldn't work in a peer-to-peer fashion. At least not at the moment. Maybe they could in the future. I would probably trade personally getting free Netflix if the trade-off is that some kind of encrypted partition on my hard drive was acting as the storage space for one of the episodes of, say, one of their Netflix's shows. Yeah, that would be an interesting trade-off, certainly, if I got a free year of Netflix or a free month of Netflix by letting my computer be the server that serves the streaming content to other people faster and closer. I think that would be a very good trade-off, although inherently so many people would want the free Netflix that nobody would be paying for Netflix at all, and then they wouldn't make any more new content, whether their new content is good or bad. Anyways, and it still creates a problem where, in the case of Netflix, you have one producer green-lighting projects or canceling projects, where you would think a federated system would be much closer to something like YouTube, where anybody can make content and anyone can upload content. And yeah, even in that example, if I had to personally host every single video I made on YouTube, then I would have to drastically curate and delete massive amounts of videos I put on YouTube. Moving on now, we need to really focus on the news, otherwise this is going to be a really long stream. Apparently China led mobile game spending and downloads in 2023. Even with the country's restrictions in play, Chinese players kept spending money and downloading games for their phones. Inherently, I think there is just nothing else to do in China, and that's kind of the problem. You occasionally will see, and maybe this is just my perception and a bad example, but yeah, you'll see impoverished kids in African countries, and they tend to be running around and playing tag, playing soccer very often. They have a soccer ball. They're going to schools. They have pets, dogs usually. There just seems to be stuff going on that as different forms of entertainment, and I just don't think going outside and actually even having a grassy place in many Chinese cities, I just don't think those exist. So would it solve a lot of problems for Chinese children if there were more parks? Not a ton of them, but it would probably help quite a bit. If there was just more open air spaces, it would probably improve the air quality quite a bit if half of all Chinese cities got built into parks and trees and forests. But when you create an entire culture, this is what I would assume has happened there. You've created entire cultures where kids are growing up in drab, sky towering towers of buildings and apartment complexes, and all they ever see is concrete and roads and things like that. Well, obviously the thing that would be appealing is to see something different from that, something colorful, something with trees and landscapes, and that is most fantasy games in general. Of course, that's not what the Chinese government seems to want. In my opinion, the Chinese government wants to just crush the spirit of Chinese children and turn them into mindless working drones, and yeah, that's probably not gonna work. Yeah, or it'll work for a lot of people. Certainly it works in the United States, frankly, that there's tons of workaholic type people who live day to day in that mentality of they've got to get up and do their 9 to 5 job and make just barely enough money to maintain their lifestyle to wake up the next day and do their 9 to 5 job. There are parks in the United States that not that many people go to parks, kids or adults. There are large forested areas in the United States. Not that many people go on hikes or jogs or mountain climbing, things like that. They do it on vacations, but they do. United States people are mostly living in cities that have very little nature in them and seeing mostly concrete and mostly the inside of buildings. That is definitely a sidetrack I got on for more of an economics things. There is just also a lot of Chinese kids right now, although arguably there will be less Chinese kids with every year as fewer and fewer Chinese people are having kids. The next rumor, potentially, it might be the right word to use, is that Nintendo is also reportedly considering outsourcing its intellectual property to more external studios. And maybe these rumors are definitely conversations that are happening between the same parties. I could certainly see Nintendo selectively choosing to put some of its games on the Xbox, because in Japan the Xbox doesn't sell any. It would be a much more difficult decision for Nintendo to outsource any of its games to the PlayStation, even if the PlayStation was going to be considered like the more adult, more hardcore, higher resolution device. Most Nintendo games wouldn't even really benefit by being on the PlayStation 5 other than minimal improvements on loading. It's going to heavily come down to how many Nintendo games start to be developed on something like the Unreal Engine 5 that just makes it very easy to upscale and port a Nintendo game to a PlayStation. And even if they did that, then it also is going to drastically change the look and feel of Nintendo games. So it really wouldn't matter much if Nintendo outsourced a Mario game if Mario was no longer cartoony, no longer really looked like Mario, and was instead this hyper-realistic Italian plumber character running and jumping and shooting guns. It would change so much even on the visual things, even if you were doing the exact same things and not shooting guns but just running and jumping. But yeah, I would heavily suspect this is not really the case, and what they might be talking about here might be in a form factor that is different than what I would think. They may be outsourcing more of their IP to mobile, where there is really no competition at all, and in their outsourcing I imagine they still would want very tight controls. Nothing has really changed as far as I've heard, as far as Nintendo of Japan having a tight stranglehold on all of its second-party developers. This may very well just be an admission of what Nintendo has always been doing, which is having second-party developers do a significant amount of the development of their quote-unquote first-party games, and then just not crediting the second-party developers. this may be them finally saying, all right, we can't get away with that anymore, so we're going to publicly admit that a lot of our games have been developed by second-party developers, and Nintendo has had a minimal impact. This may also be a case where they are just handing off the Metroid series exclusively to some third-party developer because they don't care about the Metroid series. I doubt we're going to see Mario Kart or Mario, the Mario Odyssey, Mario series of games not made by Nintendo. I could see them handing over Smash Brothers because they probably struggle with that, and Smash Brothers on mobile platforms makes a lot of sense. I could see them even handing over like Mario Party or WarioWare games. That might make some sense too. I could see even the Wii Sports games being converted over to, say, a PlayStation. That might make some sense too. But I think Mario and Zelda games and Pokemon, for what part Nintendo owns in Pokemon games, will try to be first party. I could almost see Pokemon going to other platforms also, because Pokemon might be better if that happened. There is a level here that if they were in deep conversations with an external studio, i.e. Microsoft or Sony, they should potentially trade that for somebody else running their online store, which Nintendo, I don't think, has any desire really to run their own online store. Of course, this may also just be another example of journalists being bored and making up rumors. GameIndustry.biz journalist Chris Dring claiming something here. So yeah, here's the Apple Vision Pro arriving in February. It's selling for $3,499, way too expensive, and it's really being targeted for industry people, and even at that, it seems like that is a ridiculous price. Even if you were like an airline mechanic and it was showing you what parts to replace while repairing an airplane, which is more relevant this week than it was last. There's an interesting idea in that you have what are effectively just goggles in front of you instead of, well, I guess what looks more like swim goggles. That's a terrible image to use because it's sideways here. Like, I don't know why you would even have a image like this, but yeah, effectively you just have swim goggles over your head, and you have these like rubber attachments, and I don't know if these are some kind of contact sensors or speakers, bone inductive speakers. Looks like these might be vents. Looks like there might be a charger or an adjustable thing here also. This might be the top, this might be the bottom. But the biggest point here to point out is that they don't have any kind of hands-free technology that scans your hands while you're wearing the glasses for VR gaming or interaction, and they don't have any kind of special VR controllers. So yeah, it's definitely not targeting video games, and it's way too priced, and should just leave it at that. GameDeveloper.com has a obituary for Janelle Jacques, a game designer who passed away at the age of 67. The late Jacques' decades-long tenure in games included working on the Quake series, Age of Empires, and Halo Wars. So she's mostly been a real-time strategy developer. And I'd have to say, this is very much more what I expect to see, and I'm always shocked that I don't see more people like this in the game industry. I would expect there to be people who aren't particularly tan, older. She was 67, that is older but not that old. Just not really that presentable. Obviously there is a weight issue here, and I expect that to happen too. I can only imagine that there is either just a lot of calories burnt programming video games and drinking energy drinks, or the game industry more likely is just incredibly superficial in who they hire and who they take pictures of. Now for an obituary photo, this isn't a great photo again, but that is a problem, and it is a great example that by the time you could basically die at any time, so you always should have at least one photo that makes you look somewhat good for your own funeral, if you care about that at all. Otherwise you are going to have a picture here where clearly she's just at some kind of restaurant and somebody took a picture and this is all they have for her. I mean, they didn't even really tell her to pose, because you can see she was doing something on her phone. She's got her glasses off, where she would look better with the glasses on. She maybe throw her hair back. But yeah, as far as dress, you would want looser fitting sleeves or pulled down sleeves to not have these wrinkles. If you're going to pose it, you wouldn't have her slightly tilted. But yeah, in particular, obese people, to be kind, I expect to see a lot more of them in game development. It really feels like the career that would benefit people who are obese or overweight. Anyways, you're sitting in chairs, you're thinking, you're not doing a lot of physical activity. So it is fairly shocking when you see these fairly good looking younger people that are super skinny in the game industry. Of course, you probably should see about half and half. It's not statistically even representative of the amount of people who are overweight in the United States. Let's see. She was born October 14th, 1956. She worked on tabletop and video games. She got her start as an illustrator for Dungeons & Dragons with the Dark Tower and Caverns of Thoraxia modules. She's best known for her cover of the tabletop role-playing games 1993 adventure Dragon Mountain. She'd go on to be a freelancer artist for tabletop and publishers, so she's an artist, I think, mostly. She transitioned to video games, working at Coleco. During her time, she developed and designed home arcade versions of Pac-Man and Donkey Kong, which I imagine there were multiple versions of Pac-Man and Donkey Kong for home arcades. Yep. In the 90s, she worked at id Software for Quake 2, Quake 3 Arena, Ensemble Studios for Halo Wars and Ages of Empires 3, and Interplay for Lord of the Rings Volume 1. In 2012, she worked as a publisher, worked at RPG publisher Dragon Girl Studios and game studio Old Skull, which she co-founded with Heinemann, Susan Manley, and Maureen Starkey. In 2023, she was diagnosed with Guillain-Barré syndrome. Donations meant for her care will now go to covering her medical bills and can be given here. I feel like that's ridiculous at a certain point, that anybody should be donating money to cover medical bills for someone who's passed. That you should inherently have those medical bills discharged, and I think for the most part that is the way it would go anyways. I don't think you really even need to go bankrupt. I think just in general, probate is not likely to give money from a any kind of inheritance that might have been left over to a medical bills. Her appearance here might heavily be due to Julian Beret. I think it's pronounced Gillian Beret syndrome, which I've heard more people either claiming to have it or having it. It is a weird syndrome if you want to look it up. This is also the kinds of news stories I would like to see more of. I don't want to see more people dead, obviously, but I would like to see more stories of people who actually were in the video game industry for a very long amount of time and were able to mostly stay in the industry. Although, if we look at the timeline here, let's see. She worked in the 90s at this point, and then there was seemingly a entire 2 decades in which she did nothing. So she worked in the 90s, let's say even 99, and then from 2000 to 2011 there is no history here. And this is a much better for GameDeveloper.com obituary in that there is just actual work history. And the only reason she even had work at this point is that she co-founded her own company at that point. And she wasn't diagnosed with Guillain-Barré until 2023, so it is a very recent diagnosis, which probably mean either she had it for a long time and that affected her appearance, or she just that has nothing to do with Guillain-Barré syndrome. But yeah, she has been working in the fantasy general industry for a very long time, but she worked in video games in 1980 to 2012 or to the 90s. So yeah, at best she worked 19 years in the video game industry for real. And that is my major problem, is that we definitely don't see older people who should be in the video game industry still in the video game industry, and we don't see people dying from having been in the video game industry after being in the video game industry for a long amount of time. Hopefully it gets better, and 30-40 years down the line we will see people who spent 30-40 years actually in the video game industry and they're respected and they're still treated well. But at the moment it's still very much a case where once you're in your mid-30s or 40s, you either need to be promoted to a management position that keeps you in the game industry, or you get pushed out for one reason or another. Very often people are pushed out because they're just too old, they're too tired to work those hard hours, those exhausting, like way too long hours, particularly in the video game programming industry, where you can just go and do some other kind of programming and be paid better and work more reasonable hours. You can probably do the same for artists and sound technicians, IT people. The only people that really would be stuck in the game industry would be video game testers, and you could even spin that off as far as a debugger or tester of other software. Let's see, Naughty Dog and Last of Us have been highlighting people for the season 2 of Last of Us. So young Mazzino, which is I guess this guy, will be playing Jesse in The Last of Us season 2. And let's see, Caitlin Dever is showing up as Abby in season 2. Of course, I haven't played the Last of Us game, so I don't know who those people are, but I suspect Abby is a really important character. Although I thought they were kind of also saying that Season 2 is going to be more of a middle step between the events of Last of Us and Last of Us Part 2 video games. And honestly, I'm not even sure Season 1 of the Last of Us TV show really covered the events of the Last of Us 1 game. The Godot engine that says they are 1 month away from their 10th anniversary, which I feel like there was another anniversary as far as their forum or their GitHub that really had them only be a year old or so, but the actual software seems to be 10 years old. 10 years old is just about right, I think, for something as ambitious as an open source game engine, that you would need 10 years of working on it and hoping people would adopt it. And even at that, we are still very much in the case where the Godot engine will potentially start to see changes, or no, it'll start to see adoption in the next 3 to 4 years as we see fewer and fewer people wanting to do business with Unity, and Unity just screwing up and laying off more people, which is only going to cause more resentment, which I think we had a recent announcement of even more people at Unity being laid off. Here you can see the GitHub saying that there have been over 1 million lines changed in their commits, and apparently no lines removed or no reversions. I would assume this means lines removed, but this is probably more silliness than accurate. But yeah, we're still probably 3 or 4 years before we start to see a significant number of games coming out with the Godot engine. And even now, there probably are games made in the Godot engine that are not actively trying to advertise that fact as if it would be a major helpful sales pitch. Let's see, what was I clicking on GameDeveloper.com? Probably nothing. Let's see, GameDeveloper.com does have a report here that says Twitch is laying off 35% of its workforce. It's claimed that 500 jobs are on the line at the Amazon-owned streaming giant, which, I mean, for a company like Twitch, I'm not sure if that's a hugely bad thing. They did pull completely out of Korea, so that might explain a lot of those layoffs anyways. But inherently, there are obviously some people running Twitch and making the servers continue to run. Whereas when we saw Twitter get taken over by Elon Musk and him firing a bunch of people, there were day one bugs and problems, and maybe they finally fixed all of that and we haven't heard any major outages or bugs on Twitter lately, but Twitter overall doesn't feel anywhere as good as it was before. But I do suspect, particularly the top brass, the decision makers at Twitch should be laid off. And I don't think that's probably what's happening here. I imagine the non-decision makers, the lower, low-tier associate level peons are the ones getting laid off. Because we've consistently, for years now, had experiments and then rollbacks from experiments on Twitch, where Twitch is clearly being run by decision makers who would like to make Twitch be a porn site, and they clearly are simping for very specific streamers that are female streamers, hot tub streamers, and applying rules to be generous to the hot tub streamers that are getting the most of the views, instead of them just ripping off the band-aid and banning the hot tub streaming, the black bar streaming, the whatever next meta gets made up to to not have streaming content of any sort that isn't just built around people showing off their bodies. People is even a stretch. It's really just female presenting people. So as a video game site, Twitch is, in my opinion, a huge failure. I don't know if I every now and then hear somebody say that they watch a lot of streaming on Twitch, but I don't know if it's really that many people, and I don't know if what they're watching isn't really just one person that one person really likes. And you really can't create a Twitch channel if you have like one person being watched by one person, in the same way you can't really make a YouTube channel successful if you have one person watching all the live streams of another person. Now, YouTube has really failed to eat Twitch's lunch when it really should have, and that is just because of the large list of problems at YouTube. So you just have two competitors, both of which suck as far as streaming goes. Speaking of YouTube, YouTube is shut down, I believe, YouTube Music, and introduced a feature where if you have an audio first podcast that literally has no video in it, they've introduced a new system where you can transfer your RSS feed into your YouTube channel. So YouTube is going to start trying to integrate more podcasts and music, as YouTube being the source where you would go to listen to podcasts. Of course, without paying YouTube Premium, I don't think that inherently gives you any benefits to pre-download the podcast if you're going to be out of service, nor does it really give you any benefit at all, nor does it really give you any kind of special monetization features where your podcast might be exclusive to YouTube or exclusive to members. They may try and roll those things out later, but I would definitely say you're better off finding the old version of Beyond Pod, version 2.0, or finding some other RSS podcast aggregator or RSS feed reader that you like, and using that into getting the RSS feeds directly to listen to podcasts, and having a separate app compared to YouTube, because YouTube at the moment really doesn't have any features that make sense to have podcasts into YouTube, and it clearly has an objective here where you're going to start listening to a podcast, which most podcasts are an hour long or longer. They're going to want to push you into watching more YouTube videos and more YouTube ads in general. They're not going to let you just listen to a podcast in peace. Plus, if you put your RSS feed on YouTube, then you can't have ads. You can have sponsorships, but not ads. What's the difference there is a big question. So there are just better services overall. Now I have Amazon Prime, so I have Amazon Prime Music, but I've never looked at it, so I don't know if you could really put RSS feeds into Amazon Prime Music, but that might make a little bit of sense too. Moving on, I'm going really slow today. Sega has appointed the Dreamcast and PS1 veteran Shuji Utsumi as the new Western boss. Utsumi was reportedly instrumental in the creation of Kingdom Hearts. So, yeah, this is generally expected. I didn't have a name of anybody, but it was generally expected that Sony of California, Sony Interactive Entertainment, being run out of California, being run by a Westerner, was going to be replaced. The CEO leaving, COO, president, and CEO, was with them all being replaced by Japanese people. I'm not saying this well though. Sony of Japan is a Japanese company. The Japanese want control 100% of the time. By them appointing a Japanese person, they have at least the feeling and appearance of control at all time. They've appointed him as president and COO and CEO of Sega of America and Europe, which means I think that they've straight up demoted or fired the president or CEO of Sega of Europe, because I don't think that was one of the people who was stepping down. But yeah, clearly Sony of Japan is taking back control. Is that going to be a good thing? Maybe not. It'll be interesting. There have been long-running problems with Sony of California, as I call it, adding extra censorship for Western releases of games, even adding extra censorship for PlayStation 5 games that aren't censored in Japan. Although, in all fairness, I see a lot of Japanese companies doing that also, so the censorship may stay exactly the same, it might even get worse, or it might get better. So I guess the three options. But inherently, if this is the guy who's key on Kingdom Hearts, we can expect there to be less Western focused, less Western games being made from Sony, and the hope there is that more Eastern and Japanese style games will be made to replace it. Otherwise it's just going to be less games overall. But yeah. Oh, what am I saying? I'm reading this totally wrong. Alright, well, just scratch everything I said, although everything I said probably will be exactly what I say when they do announce who the new Sony person is. This is Sega announcing a Japanese person to be the new Western boss, which in that case I suspect Sega of America and Sega of Europe already had a Japanese person. If they didn't, whatever. This changes less considerably, because Sega is kind of a non-issue. That they have been doing fairly well recently with Sonic games, and the Sonic movie helped them certainly, but Sega is just really only that successful, and only so successful, and they're not going to get much more successful. I seriously doubt that we're going to see a new console come out from Sega. If that were to happen, that would be interesting, but it would almost certainly be a flop too. It's not like Sega has been secretly developing games since they abandoned the Dreamcast. They haven't been developing game consoles secretly in the background for decades since the Dreamcast. So they don't have any special talent in making hardware, almost certainly. Let's see. Apparently, Utsumi departed Sega in the early 2000s, who went on to work at Disney Interactive. Disney Interactive, I think, has pretty much flopped there, bridging the gap between Disney and Square Enix, establishing the Kingdom Hearts franchise, which arguably, I think, the Square Enix element in Kingdom Hearts really just hurts the series, and a Disney RPG that was just Disney might be a lot better. He then went on to found Q Entertainment, where they developed a relationship during their Sega working on the game Rez, during their time at Sega working on the game Rez. In 2020, he returned to Sega, serving as the Chief Strategic Officer of Sega of Japan, as well as General Manager, so he's moving up the ladder. Sega has recently provided some details about its reboots of classic titles, which is really all we know as far as Sega's ambitions at the moment. So yeah, I'm clearly not 100% awake here, because I went on a whole rant about Sony when it clearly says Sega here. But in fairness, I totally am expecting this to happen. I'm expecting to see Sony of California be replaced with a Japanese person, and Sony to potentially make some major changes at that point. I don't really expect Sony of Europe to be affected when Jim Ryan, I believe is the name of the guy in charge at the moment of Sony of California. But if we did see that happen, and all of a sudden it's the same person in charge of Sony of Europe as it is Sony of America, that would be somewhat surprising. I can also say, as far as CES has gone, I haven't seen any coverage of a Sony booth, so I don't think Sony's making any first party like TVs or appliances even that they're showing off. I imagine there's some branded products, some TVs that have Sony label on them, but they very possibly are just Samsung TVs. Now Samsung is promoting more brightness on their monitors and TVs more than anything, and anti-glare, so that there's real reason to perhaps spend the extra money if you have a very bright room to get the most expensive, newest Sony QD OLEDs because of light rejection, reflection rejection technology that they've added. They also have shown some TVs on CES with just much higher density pixels for VR goggles, basically. You really don't need them for TVs. GameDeveloper.com says Valve is welcoming AI games on Steam, quote, parentheses, but only if the devs promise they aren't doing anything illegal. We are making changes to how we handle games that use AI technology. This will enable us to release the vast majority of games that use it. There is a level of labeling that is also going to happen here that is going to label games using AI in an AI disclosure section, and that will be, I imagine, very helpful in using in targeting games that use AI. Of course, all the low effort asset flip garbage games are just going to lie here, like they lie about so much other elements. Either they imply lies or they straight up directly lie. So it's not really going to be helpful for the vast majority of garbage games nobody sees but me, but it will be helpful, I suppose, for a few games that are in the middle. Of course, AAA games admitting they're using AI is going to only become more of a problem. Now, what gets me about this, and I'm sure Valve is just not thinking this way, is if all of a sudden you can create a new disclosure categories for AI, why aren't you creating better disclosure categories as far as adult content and age ratings in general? Like, why are we still leaning so heavily on ESRB ratings as being the only real marker there? Why isn't there at least a general minimum age that you recommend people play games? People of that age should play games on Valve. Like, this could become an industry standard AI disclosure category. Why can't you do that for content and age rating in general? And I think age rating very much should go out the window and more for just content rating overall. That a suggested age rating of 13 is different for each 13-year-old. Some 13-year-olds can handle violence, some 60-year-olds can't handle violence. So wouldn't it make more sense to say, I just don't want to see violence, or violence against children, violence against animals, violence against women? All of those could be subcategories that you could personally click and say, I don't want that, or I don't want a certain level of that. The two categories seem to only be pre-generated content, any kind of content, art, code, sound, etc., created with the help of AI tools during development. Under the agreement, you promise Valve that your game will not include illegal or infringing content, and that your game will be consistent with your marketing materials. In our pre-release review, we will evaluate the output of AI generated content in your game the same way we evaluate non-AI content, including a check that your game meets those promises. I seriously doubt they're really doing that much of a pre-release review. And then live generated content does have some extra sticking points. If all of a sudden, while you're playing the game, an AI might generate a naked body or a violent image. As far as like what you might see in something that's live generated when the creators didn't inherently intend on it. Now, mostly Valve's concern here is they don't want you to have some kind of AI generated hyper realistic little kid showing off their naked body. Almost certainly that is their main concern, is that you would just have that. And they definitely don't want a way that you can make a game where somebody could prompt a live generated content AI generator to do that either. That's why they're saying you'll need to tell us what kind of guardrails you put in your AI to ensure you're not generating illegal content, which this is all they're saying generally is just illegal content. But when they say that, I can't imagine anything else illegal. In Germany, live generating a swastika might be illegal. In Muslim countries, live generating a image of Muhammad might be illegal, or even generating like pro-homosexual or pro-gay material in Russia or Muslim countries might be considered illegal. In China, generating Winnie the Pooh might be considered illegal. Anywhere in the country, like the United States, generating copyrighted material might be considered illegal. But honestly, I would say illegal is probably the wrong word for copyright infringement. Whereas generally I would say there's criminal illegality and then there's civil illegality, and criminal is really, I think, all they should bother to focus on. Yeah, noticeably up here it says including illegal or infringing content. Here they only care about illegal content. Over the world, there definitely has been increased complaints or concerns around AI generated child porn, where it is certainly something that most people don't want to defend it existing in any form factor. There is an argument certainly to be made that if somebody is suffering from an addiction to that kind of material, having something completely generated from scratch where there is no victim might be a way of treating their addiction in the same way you would give an alcoholic alcohol before doing a surgery, just to keep them from dying in the surgery. The problem that comes about often, though, is that for an AI to potentially generate child porn, it probably would have to be trained on real-world images of child porn, which that is not acceptable in most people's books, and I tend to agree that is not acceptable in my book either. Even if it was just existing images that have already been made and the person is long since dead, the re-victimization of somebody by scanning and including those kinds of images is still a problem. And a lot of that certainly got solved, or does get solved, when you just have an artist somewhere drawing some character directly from their own creation, instead of an AI artist having to have some kind of database to scan and lean on. But even those images of the animated style, the little too young looking hentai anime girl, even those images are highly complained about, even in places where they're illegal. So yeah, there's really no one solution that everybody likes. Let's see. Moving on to a completely different story. Video Games Chronicle says Alan Wake is coming to Dead by Daylight later this month. We'll definitely keep an eye out, certainly as we continue to look at games. We've already seen a trend of a lot of games that are just asset flips, and inherently an AI generated game is going to feel and look very much like an asset flip, to the point where you probably don't even really need to use a new phrase. Like, the trend will almost certainly just grow, grow and grow as far as AI generated garbage games. And I severely question, like I question most of AI, whether how useful it really is going to be overall. Like, I think AI very possibly may plateau and not improve for another decade or two, and we may find that using it to make video games is just not worth it, because it just creates that uncanny valley effect and makes poor quality content. Notably, in this story covering this, the subheadline is that users will be able to report content if they believe it flouts Valve's rules. So all of a sudden, it probably would be helpful to start to flag more games that are not disclosing things. Although inherently we've been seeing a lot of games that are flouting, like the adult section, where you have clearly adult content that has just been clothed, and you're selling this garbage game that has been censored but has really no reason to exist, and definitely implies that you might see some nudity in it. It has certain tags in it as far as sexual content, and yet it's not in the adult section, which doesn't really make sense. They should definitely crack down automatically as far as certain tags automatically putting your game in the adult section. But yeah, I'd like to flag those games a lot more than I would like to flag AI generated games. Inherently, we're going to start to see a lot of games getting flagged for being AI generated, and Valve is going to very quickly not remove the games because they didn't label the game correctly. They're just going to force the games to claim they have AI generated content, even if they actually don't, just to avoid it. Like, well, I think very quickly, if games start getting flagged, we'll very quickly see almost all the garbage games claiming that it's AI generated, and even trying to use it as a sales pitch. We already talked about Twitch reportedly laying off 500 employees, 35% of it. Atelier Reslerie Anna, Forgotten Alchemy, and Polar Knight Liberator for PC are now available in Japan. It's going to be due out in the West in 2024. This will be the next big Atelier game, although it is also a kind of crossover game, and I don't think one of the main story games. So, is it on Steam in Japanese right now? This item is currently unavailable in your region. You don't see that very often, where it is literally region locked. More often than not, you just see the game available, or available but in Japanese language only. What this creates is a weird situation. This highlights a great place for improvement for Valve, where you should be able to see the game, which, yeah, you can just look at SteamDB. You should be able to see the game, and then there should just be a small warning saying you can't buy this game in this region, but you can wishlist it, you can follow it, you can do all of that. You should be able to see the store page and just disable the buy button. It doesn't look particularly great so far. It's only 46% positive with 83 user reviews, so it may very well be a case that this game is too much of a side game and too much of a flop. And SteamDB is doing a weird thing where the art is way at the bottom there. single player in-app purchases. Let's see if we can look at the screenshots. So yeah, there might be some major problems with this, and it may very well just be a big issue. As far as prices going, doesn't seem like there's a list of price in yen even. So still kind of unactionable information, however, as far as knowing if you can't get to the Steam page, if you can't put it on the fall list. I can't make a YouTube short on it. I can't put it on a wish list. So that's a real mistake on their part by not having the page available. And it's a mistake on Valve's part that you can't see the page even if it's region locked. The idea that a game 100% needs to be region locked, I think, is a little extreme. That you couldn't see the screenshots, you couldn't see the trailers, couldn't get hyped about it. There are a few games where maybe that makes some sense, where if you're in Saudi Arabia, maybe a gay game should be 100% region locked, even the screenshots, but for the most part, I think that should be a decision of last resort. The Famitsu review scores for issue 1832 are in, with Atlas Fallen for the PS5 and Xbox Series getting 29 out of 40, Endless Dragon getting 28 out of 40, Football Manager 2024 getting 31 out of 40, which is a little higher, and then Rumblefish Plus getting 28 out of 40. So while they did find 4 games to review this slow first week of 2024, there's no major name there other than maybe Football Manager 2024, and even at that, the quality isn't amazingly great, although 3 8s and a 7 isn't terrible either. Devolver Digital put out this tweet, and I'm not sure there's really anything to do with it, but maybe they're teasing something here. Seems like I don't know what this is all supposed to be, really. Seems like they're just putting out random tweets, and they're talking about Reigns 3 Kingdoms coming out in one day. But this is the tweet that really caught my eye. They're saying that we are overdue for a new Mr. Mosquito game, which would be, I think, a Sega game. So maybe Devolver Digital is going to bring back Mr. Mosquito, or maybe Devolver Digital is just doing their Devolver Digital thing and being silly. Both are very much, probably they're being silly. Apparently, ByteDance is discussing a game asset sale with Tencent. The TikTok owner is reportedly looking to exit the video game market, which, interesting. We'll, I guess, have to wait and see. And I guess the question really would come down to, what does ByteDance really own? In a lot of ways, this would be a Chinese company, ByteDance, having invested, I think, in other companies, selling to another Chinese company, Tencent, which would be about the only trade the Chinese government might allow and approve, whereas ByteDance would probably prefer to sell their company to multiple bidders. ByteDance is the owner of the Marvel Snap publisher Newverse and other video game companies unnamed, which, yeah, I could see where TikTok, if it's going to continue to succeed, probably as a company should just be focused on TikTok, and that way they could create a new company with less pressure from the US government to not exist, to do their other ambitious efforts. Like, you could make TikTok and ByteDance be the target, while you could sneak in through the back door and create a new company that does something very much like TikTok, or does a completely different type of game development, or some other kind of business completely. But yeah, I imagine if this were to happen, you might see some major changes around Marvel Snap, but I also wouldn't be surprised if you saw very little changes. I wouldn't be surprised if Tencent just canceled Marvel Snap and other Newverse projects and other projects from other video game companies in favor of focusing in on something else. Apparently, the PlayStation achieved a record 123 million active users in December of 2023. The record was set by the PS5. The PS5 also topped 50 million lifetime sales. It definitely seems like in January and December we've seen the overall number of gamers going up, which makes a lot of sense, but no one specific game being the major driver there. It definitely seems like overall just people had more free time and they wanted to play games, and more people just got consoles over Christmas and wanted to play more games in general. Sony showed some footage of a mysterious Patapon project. The classic rhythm action game hasn't had a new installment in over a decade. Which, okay, you've got a tease there or something new. This would have been one of the CES press conference elements that Sony exclusively really did. I don't think Microsoft is really at CES or Nintendo is at CES. I also heard that Microsoft is effectively handing over its hardware development of mouse and keyboards to another company and licensing instead. So they're getting out of the hardware business as far as mouse and keyboards, which makes some sense. But that doesn't inherently mean they're getting out of hardware as far as consoles. Apparently a handheld Sega Genesis Mega Drive that plays original carts has been announced. Is this from Sega though? No. This is from Hyperkin. And there was always some kind of major problems with the controllers. The D-pad was not as good on the Mega Drive. The 6-button layout doesn't fully make sense. Arguably, 6-button layouts are probably one of the worst layouts you could have. You could have an 8-button layout for a fight stick and then only use 4 buttons. There is an argument there where you could have an up, down, left, right in the middle of an 8-button layout, but you're squishing buttons quite a bit. There are no triggers, there are no bumps, there's no analog sticks at all. None of the Sega Genesis games would have played that. This is one of those products that is making a ridiculous product unless you have this old collection of cartridges, when really you should just be emulating. This is selling, I believe, am I reading this right? The company currently sells several machines that emulate classic consoles, including a portable Super NES and Super Famicom machine that retails for $120. So you could probably expect this to be around the $120 range, and even if it was slightly cheaper at $100, you're really getting so close to buying a really cheap refurbished Steam Deck at that point. You should just buy a refurbished Steam Deck and download the ROMs for the Sega games. And arguably, I don't think there's that many Sega games worth playing from the Sega Genesis and Mega Drive era. You could get maybe 50 or 60 that are actually worth playing, and you could get the whole collection of games, and you'd only be up to 200 or 300 games at most. It's probably even less than that. And that's not going to take up a ton of space on a Steam Deck. It's not like the ROMs are huge. So unless you just had some major nostalgia for this controller layout, but then didn't like actually playing a Sega Genesis or playing a controller that actually felt like a Sega Genesis, this just doesn't make any sense at all as a product. But I also imagine this is the kinds of things that get announced or shown at CES, and then a few hundred units are made and sold and people move on. I think this is probably going to be the last year at which we'll start to see products like this. Clearly with the Steam Deck there is a movement to say stop making individual products that can only emulate or play one console and move toward making something that is more of a PC that can emulate and play multiple consoles, even on the low end. Let's see, there's a feature here from Video Games Chronicle that says a few hours with Rocksteady's Suicide Squad is not enough to convince. Rocksteady's co-op looter shooter is a long departure from its Arkham trilogy in more ways than one. Yeah, the Arkham games are fairly old, and if Rocksteady is really just trying to lean on that success, they're going to fail horribly. And even Suicide Squad at this point is far too delayed. It doesn't make a lot of sense. I guess they were hoping maybe that they'd make one more Suicide Squad movie to bring it back into people's attention, but I don't think that's going to happen either. GameDeveloper.com has this article. SAG-AFTRA has a new agreement that lets game devs use AI voices. Amidst continued AI negotiations, SAG-AFTRA locked down a way for developers to use digital voice replicas in future works. This doesn't sound particularly good for workers, but I think what I had heard is that it's an individual actor selling the rights over. Yeah. Voice actors in the past revealed contract clauses that wanted them to sign over their voice rights, and they're overall not a fan of the technology. So yeah. Now, I don't know if this was particularly a great agreement. And this might very well be a case where they made an agreement to benefit the top tier talent of voice actors by screwing over anybody who would want to be a voice actor in the video games in the future, or anybody who is a low level voice actor. Let's see, here it is. The Guild says the agreement sets terms and conditions for the use of AI-generated voices, but they're not really listing it, and that's where I'd like to get in the weeds and get the details here. It's a shame so many mainstream video game journalists just don't ever ask any questions, and they're just putting out press releases with no details. It requires voice actors to consent for the use of their voice and negotiate further terms of use. This may literally be the extent of the agreement too, is this one sentence, is that in general they have an agreement to agree on something, but they haven't actually set terms and conditions fully out. But yeah, in the long run I think this is going to be bad, but there's a decent chance that AI generated voices just don't work at all anyways. The biggest problem, I would say, is that there's really no prestige in having non-AI generated stuff, and so we need to, as consumers, demand a level of prestige. And there is certainly some of that. You have a lot of people who won't watch animated movies because they just don't like animation, but on a certain level they also expect to see an actual human doing actual acting. And we may get to a point in video games where we just expect games to be of a certain quality, and we expect an actual voice actor to do the voice acting, and we may very well be able to determine if something is AI generated or not. Once it crosses the line to the point where you can't tell anymore, that becomes a bigger problem. And we may have already crossed that point. We also have a GameDeveloper.com article saying Spider-Man's Mary Jane's face model asked players to stop, quote, crossing boundaries. Stephanie Jones, whose face was used in Mary Jane in the Spider-Man games, is kindly but firmly asking players to stop crossing boundaries and harassing her. I'm not sure what crossing boundaries are happening here. Apparently somebody was calling her workplace demanding to speak to her. One person left voicemails, which left her feeling unsafe and uncomfortable. Weird. Well, you need a secretary, obviously. A secretary who would not bother to even report those to you, or perhaps the secretary / boss who would report these harassments to the police. Honestly, though, I'm not sure if this isn't just somebody who's a little ambitious trying to actually hire her. This is unacceptable and considering stalking. I mean, this might be literally a debt collector calling her workplace. If we can't get debt collectors to stop calling jobs, then what hope do you have of somebody? Honestly, this whole thing feels like this is just not very much video game related at all. Like, you at a certain point you made yourself a celebrity by being in a publicly released form of art. When I first saw this headline, I was expecting something much more salacious, I guess might be the better word. I was thinking somebody had gotten the face models out of the game and that they were making like 3D porn using her face model, which she may not appreciate. But even if that was happening, those kinds of things just kind of happen. Like, the Overwatch creators would love all that Overwatch porn to not exist. It's just not going to happen. Once you put your appearance out there, it's out for anybody to use in any way. Yeah, and instead of going to Instagram, in this case, instead of Twitter, and claiming victim status, which arguably she is a victim, but instead of going publicly on Instagram to claim victim status, the real solution here would have been to not given the person calling to demand to speak to her the time of day, and just telling your secretary to say, take those calls and block the numbers and just report it in a file that will turn over to the police if the police even care. Some police stations have straight up email addresses you can get for detectives where you can email them and you can just collect evidence, and if they cross a certain line, then the police will investigate sometimes, but in many cases police don't have time or care to investigate any crime or those kinds of crimes. At a certain point, your phone number could be changed, you could block people, and you can definitely work your way through those kinds of problems. You might even become big enough celebrities that you need to change your phone number every few months and just rethink who you're giving the new numbers out to, and who you aren't. A lot of times that's what an agent is supposed to be doing anyway, so she obviously has a pretty bad agent, in that you would give out your agent's phone numbers, and then the agent would negotiate whether there's an actual job or whether somebody's just a lunatic trying to harass her. I've never even seen her face, and the screenshot here just doesn't even look like anything. If this is from the game and this is really her face in the real world, I mean, that's a pretty bad comparison. Libretto has released yet another emulator core, although weirdly this is the EXA-RS core for the TC Redshift, which is a fictional video game handheld found in Zachtronics Exapunks. So it is an emulator core for a non-existent fictional game handheld that was created in another game called Exapunks. So we are getting extremely meta at that point. Although, for the most part, I guess that's pretty much all you can do if you're going to add new cores. You're either making a core that can not really run any ROMs or games because it's a brand new core, which this Inarc sounds like that's what that is, or you're trying to make a better, or Vercon is a new game console created from scratch, which I'm not sure any physical versions of the Vercon 32 actually exist. Here they're linking to a Dark Souls Remastered Infinite Detail mod, which is interesting because the Libretto generally does not link to mods. But yeah, for the most part, either you're going to get updated versions of the popular systems like the PlayStation 2 emulation core, or you're going to get no updates at all, or you're going to get updates for full-on cores that just don't need to exist. And there's a real danger, I would say, in messing up RetroArch or Libretto front end by having too many cores for too many consoles, when in particular you may not really care to play any of the games on those specific consoles. You can run into that problem certainly with a lot of the DOS emulators and specific emulators that only run Doom and nothing else. It doesn't make a lot of sense to have a specific folder or icon section or system setting section for a Doom emulator. If you just want to play Doom 1, 2, and 3, you would have to want to play every single Doom WAD level file that existed for that to make sense. You'd have to be a very big Doom fan of the original Doom games. Let's see. This is probably more CES stuff from Video Games Chronicle. Sony shows off its upcoming PS5 Slim console covers. We can see a PlayStation Portable over there as far as a streaming device also being shown. It's a nice shiny red. The blue here seems to be dull, and in shadow seems to go from a light blue, almost white, in some places almost silver, to a dark purple. And then the silver here looks pretty dull. Now noticeably on all three of these there's this shadow, and maybe it's just because the tables are lit up or the tables are white and they're reflecting right up, but there's just this dark shadow from this edge that makes it look pretty bad. And the black on the inside is shiny, but perhaps not shiny enough, and there's kind of a curvature right here that doesn't make it look great. I'd say none of these controllers look amazingly good because there's not a great contrast between the red buttons and the red consoles, and then the blackness here doesn't really make sense. It's supposed to be red black. I would think the buttons being black would make a lot more sense. And then gray on gray here, and blue on what looks like gray there. But yeah, that's more evidence that Sony has returned to CES to some extent. We may very well still throughout the year have Sony Directs as far as software, but Sony, I think, is going to try to be more of a hardware pusher at CES, which that is certainly a point, in that with E3 gone, that there isn't a great point to announce new hardware versus software, and a Sony Direct announcing a PlayStation 6 at some point in the future probably could happen, but maybe they don't want it to happen. I'd also say the PlayStation 5 Slim just looks awful. It's just a terrible design. The real move here is clearly to just have an external USB device, the Thunderbolt Blu-ray player that plugs into it. But there is also an element here in that you have, in this whole top part, this is mostly just one giant fan to reduce fan noise. So if you could reduce the cooling requirements significantly, you could get rid of this entire top part and it would be a much more manageable device, or just make it slightly thicker. I definitely prefer it to stop right about here and be twice as thick instead. It needs to be that thick with the new stands anyways. Like you see the actual square footage it's taking up is much larger than it needs to be, just for the foot stand and the base to be wide enough. We already talked about the Last of Us TV series casting its Abby, and then update the role of Jesse has also been cast, which whatever. See, what was this that YouTube was promoting? How do YouTube Shorts ads perform? Pretty impressively, according to a recent study from @PreciseTV. Well, if the ads on YouTube or running ads as a YouTube short perform particularly well, then it certainly isn't making any money for people on YouTube making other kinds of YouTube shorts though. If anything, this is making an argument that YouTube shorts are just going to increasingly be ads in disguise. The actual short will be an ad, not seeing an ad in between actual shorts with actual content. And notably, Precise TV in their article here has selected some unique screenshots to show off here, in that you have what looks like either a slightly fat or a pregnant lady showing off her belly and her thighs. You have a anime avatar or a 3D CGI avatar showing off some belly and waving, and then you have what look like just 3 or 4 ladies jogging. On that level, none of these screenshots look like they are advertising anything at all. Like, what is this, an underwear ad? A sock ad? Is this some kind of exercise app ad? Like, who knows? So continuingly, it feels like YouTube advertisers is disconnected from YouTube content creators. Very disconnected as far as what they're focused on. That we're just not on the same page. We're not even discussing the same things. And I would like to see YouTube advertisers be on more of a page, or meet content creators halfway. Like, if I was going to try to run ads for my smart on-air sign on YouTube, I just wouldn't even know where to begin. If I was going to try and make my content better integrated with YouTube ads, I also wouldn't know where to begin at all, other than just trying to do sponsorships and cutting YouTube's advertisement system all the way out. Gamatsu says this 90s survival horror game it's inspired by 90s survival horror games. Alyssa is coming to the PS5, Xbox One series, and Switch on February 6th. Which, yeah. Let's look at the trailer here for a second and get a general idea. Yeah, it definitely feels like a Resident Evil game in its low polygon 3D style. And it definitely feels like some of the weirder Japanese horror games that in some parts were either poorly brought to the West or not brought to the West at all. There is definitely a question, though, whether there's a big enough audience for those kinds of games, and whether those games actually play well enough nowadays. Like, the cameras stuck in specific corners and the sharp jumps from camera angles can be a big problem. Targeting and shooting things can be a big problem. I kind of like to see something like this succeed, but I also suspect that it won't. It's currently available on PC, so we should look at the reviews later. Unity is cutting 1,800 jobs in the name of profitable growth. The latest cuts represents about 25% of its current workforce. I heard that there might be some confusion as to whether this is up to 1,800 jobs, including the jobs they've already laid off recently, or whether this is yet another 1,800 jobs. There's an update here saying the decision was not taken lightly. I think it probably was taken pretty lightly. But certainly that's yet another example from GameDeveloper.com where there's really no reason to want to support Unity just on a moral grounds, and there's really no reason you'd want to continue to make games in Unity when you're seeing them focus on short-term growth over long-term stability. And so I really wouldn't expect a new version of Unity to come out and be amazing or something you would want to use or have a whole bunch of new features even before all these layoffs and all this runtime fee nonsense. Unity was struggling to maintain new features compared to the Unreal Engine, where the Unreal Engine was rolling out new features and announcing new features fairly frequently. Apparently, a Gravity Rush film footage was shown off at CES. No release date or plot information for the film was revealed. I assume this is a animated film for what it's worth, but the fact that they're making an animated film does make it seem like there's a decent chance that you'll get at least a remaster or a reselling of Gravity Rush on the PlayStation. No real guarantee. I think that you'll get more games in the series or sequels. You have Video Games Chronicle with the same story as far as Unity laying off people. Now, noticeably, Unity seems to have several logos that they're selecting from. That is weird. Most companies have one logo they want you to use, not different logos. And Steam broke its concurrent user record over the weekend with almost 33.7 million players were logged in at the same time on Sunday. So yeah, again, it doesn't feel like any one specific game is causing that. It is also worth pointing out, this image for Steam, as far as these games, is fairly old at this point. As far as the actual games that they're picking, like Cyberpunk 2077 may have been pre-order or just early released when this image was made. Gears 5 was much more relevant when this was made. But notably, I would say not a ton of games have really changed either. You could probably pick 2 or 3 new games. Maybe put Dave the Diver instead of Raft. If you're looking for similar games of the same style, you probably get rid of Gears 5. Maybe even get rid of Battlegrounds. Counter-Strike, CSGO here should be Counter-Strike 2. But no Baldur's Gate 3, you'd add that. Islanders could go. Katana Zero could go. This might be the prototype. No, this has got to be like an Alan Wake or something. It doesn't have a title on it. It should go. No Man's Sky should go. So if they were going to make a new one of these, they should probably update it at least once a year, even though that not that many would change. Some of these games are still being played in large numbers on Steam. Warner Brothers is teasing more Harry Potter games following Hogwarts Legacy success. A series of unannounced projects are in the works alongside Quidditch Champions. It's not really that surprising. Obviously, Warner Brothers has very little besides Harry Potter, so it would make a lot of sense for them to make as many Harry Potter things as they can make at all, whether those are movies, books. I'm a little surprised they aren't just paying somebody else to make Hogwarts Legacy style books, spin-off books, it would make a lot of sense to go the early Star Wars direction and pay a bunch of people to make stories that were kind of canonical, and then at some point you could throw the Harry Potter books as being non-canonical, just like Star Wars did. It's surprising there aren't Harry Potter comic books, mangas. Just try and monetize that as much as Warner Brothers can with their license. They may really only have video game and movie rights, but even at that, it would make a lot of sense to make spin-off movies. Maybe they don't even have animation rights. It would make a lot of sense to make a cartoon version of Harry Potter and those 8 movies. Just continue to make something with Harry Potter in the name always, because obviously up until this point they have tried that and only a certain percentage of it succeeds. And it's a pretty low percentage too. The vast majority of spin-off Harry Potter things have failed, but enough of it tent poles as a success to make some money for Warner Brothers, and Warner Brothers doesn't really have anything else other than DC stuff, which they can't make enough of that fast enough. So yeah, but with AT&T now owning Warner Brothers, there's speculation of Warner Brothers merging with Paramount. There is a real question as to whether they have the budget or the motivation to actually make any content at all. They own the CW, so they probably own Supernatural. It's a little crazy that there aren't Supernatural movies. I think there is something new that they're working on for Supernatural, but they tried to make a Supernatural spin-off TV series, prequel TV series. I don't think that's gonna get a second season, but yeah, comic book, movies, cartoons, anything they could do with Supernatural would make a lot of sense. It would make a huge amount of sense if they could get Supernatural to be a major success as big as Harry Potter. That way they don't have to pay J.K. Rowling or deal with J.K. Rowling and the Harry Potter problems that followed J.K. Rowling. Here is that rumor, and this is pretty much all we have from GameDeveloper.com. It says, report, Microsoft may release Sea of Thieves, Hi-Fi Rush on the PS5 and Switch. Microsoft may want to take Sea of Thieves and Hi-Fi Rush out of the Xbox exclusivity basket and into Sony and Nintendo's hands. Both of these are decent targets as to why you would want to not make it exclusive. Sea of Thieves, you need 4 players for it to be fun, I imagine. Hi-Fi Rush, I think, is a single-player game, but it is a small enough and popular enough game that it would make some sense to experiment with that too. Now, notably, of the 3 news sources I follow, they are going with the fairly conservative rumor here that it's just Sea of Thieves and Hi-Fi Rush. They are not going with the more wild rumor that it potentially would have been all of Microsoft leaving the market and creating just and going third party for all of its games. So we've got our charts with maybe slightly bigger name numbers as far as people playing CSGO, Counter-Strike 2, Dota, PUBG. I guess people are still playing PUBG Battlegrounds. Naraka's Blade Point getting into 200,000, Baldur's Gate 3 getting into 200,000. If anything, it feels like the numbers have just gone up overall. You're seeing 20, 30,000 extra players over the top 15 or 16 games. We'll see if my chart correctly represents that too. Apex Legends, big jump. GTA, fairly big jump. We want to know if GTA is falling downward. Elden Ring getting a big jump. Yeah, my chart's still quite very much a mess. We're almost to the point where I think we're going to run out of room, but it's going to automatically, once it stops slanting at this angle, it's just going to start writing it completely vertical, and then that's going to make about twice as much room anyways. Yeah, my chart, just every time I look at it, seems more and more pointless. This is interesting. They announced this Capitalism and Economy Fest, and didn't feel like it was particularly even being silly around announcing it. That they just wanted to have yet another sale, and at a certain level, I guess there are a lot of capitalism and economy games. Let's see if this game is on the follow list. Yes, it is a real-time strategy game where you play as Starship Troopers. Well, it looks good enough for me to put it on the wish list. Let's see. So, yeah. It definitely seems weird to have that special fest. It's not a big Steam style sale by any means or anything. It is just highlighting a small group of games and a very specific type of games, but there are a lot of them. Certainly Game Dev Tycoon, Reciteer, haven't really thought of that one. You have a large collection here. It changed while I was hovering there. Larger collection of economic focused games. But yeah, definitely not my style of game by any means, and doesn't really feel like there's too many being highlighted here. You've got this Jurassic Park game, you've got Anno 1800, you've got Big Pharma, Oceanomics. Let's see what that one looks like. That one's on the follow list too. A lot of these games, I would say, don't really work for me because I'm not just a huge into micromanaging economics games. I'm not huge into capitalism in general, and so that they're not going to work for me particularly well because of that. But a lot of these I think also just don't work because they are so time demanding that it makes a lot more sense to play something like this. It really doesn't need high level graphics anyways. It makes a lot more sense to put it on a mobile phone game, mobile phone console instead of actively trying to play it on a PC. I just can't really imagine myself playing an economics game and having a lot to say as far as making YouTube content on that, or even really having that much to say or want to play that much either. These are mouse and keyboard style games more often than not too, so it's a hassle. At a certain level, even Yu-Gi-Oh! Is kind of an economics game where you're balancing out your resources to have the right cards and build the right deck, and there's just a lot of strategy there, which takes up a lot of time. And more I want games that are just fast twitch action games and give me a story with very little input, not a game that has very little story or no story with a lot of input. We've already gone 3 hours, so I'm going to try and rush fairly quickly here through the news and probably just skip looking at the games from last stream. Maybe not. Minecraft Legends development is ending 9 months after its release. Mojang plans to continue bringing new experiences to the Minecraft universe, but Minecraft Legends obviously is not working for them. And I feel like Minecraft Legends is the second Minecraft game to flop, where the first one was Minecraft Dungeons. Yeah, that was ended support in September of 2023, so there's been 2 Minecraft games, spin-off games already that have failed, and Captain Sparkles is not doing Minecraft coverage on his main channel anymore, and Minecraft probably isn't super popular anymore. It's still, I imagine, got a fan base. MatPat from Game Theorist also announced that he was retiring and that they would bring in somebody new. Inherently, there's been a lot of problems with MatPat and complaints over the years. I won't get into any of them or whether any of them are accurate, but the Game Theorist had some pretty bad hot takes. I think he was, in particular, the worst hot take most recently was the idea that you were choosing to play a World War II military shooter in multiplayer, and sometimes you would be forced to play as the Nazis, and so thus the game is creating this great moral harm to you, forcing you to play as the Nazis when you didn't choose that, which is just a really bad take from what I vaguely recall. It's a weirdness, certainly, when any YouTuber who's fairly young says they're retiring. It would be nice if that meant there was some success there. I imagine MatPat probably does have a decent amount of money because he definitely got enough views, and I imagine he might be retiring and still getting some share of the Game Theorist YouTube channel. I haven't heard of anything major happening around Game Theorist. You could put on a tinfoil hat and consider that maybe he ran a charity like the Completionist did, and he's about to get caught for not actually paying the charity too, or he did something similarly as offensive as what the Completionist did, which notably the Completionist did make a new video and just tried to get back to his normal things, talking about a Mario RPG. I think what he did is either he had a successful enough YouTube channel where he was allowed to edit the video in place, or he put the video up as private, edited in a apology intro to just say really quickly, I'm sorry about not putting any of that money to the charity and just committing charity fraud, and then he edited out the first few minutes where the thing is. So there definitely looked like there were comments where some people saw the video and the apology wasn't there, and then all of a sudden the apology was there, which I didn't think YouTube would let you cut the first few minutes, the very beginning of a video, but it's a smart trick. Certainly you could pretty much have an apology video, an apology part of your video at the beginning of every video after being canceled, and then edit it out at some point in the future when people forget about it, or edit it in while people are still upset, then edit it out later. So it's crazy that as content creators now you potentially need to pre-bake into all your videos an apology at the beginning, but in fairness, don't commit charity fraud and then you don't have a problem, do you? Getting back to MatPat, I'd like to hope that he's retiring and that content creators can make enough money to retire even young and don't have to make content. I'm not sure it's really that case. You look at PewDiePie as far as the most successful YouTuber, and it doesn't feel to me like he can really retire and just focus on his dogs and his newborn child. He's still making videos every now and then, which I assume some of that has to do with him still trying to get enough views and still trying to get income. I could see him making a lifestyle update video every now and then, just saying here's what's going on in my life, because he's a celebrity. But when he's doing a standard PewDiePie video where he's just looking at memes, that seems like he's doing extra work that he generally shouldn't have to do. And certainly I could be greedy as a content creator and hope that now that MatPat is gone, smaller content creators will get more of a chance of more views, but I don't think that's really the case at all. I think YouTube Shorts, I think new content creators, I think the algorithm all work against small content creators still more now than ever before, to make it very, very difficult for small content creators to ever get enough views, enough subscription, enough watch time to even make a few $100s a month. Which, yeah. Personally, if I could make, say, $3,000 a month, I would be set. If I could make even half that, I would be in a very good position. But right now I'm making $0 a month, which is not acceptable as far as content creators. And I've been doing this YouTube channel for 10 years, poorly probably, but yeah, just stick to it if this doesn't 100% work. And that's the case for most content creators, is that they try to make a channel, they fail in 6 months to a year, and then they give up and do the reasonable thing, move on to something else. I'm in a weird situation where I can't really move on to too much else, although the Smart on Air sign might be the thing that I do move on to if it starts to sell like crazy, and for some reason I have to spend a lot of time on it. Moving on, as far as video game news, January's PlayStation Plus game catalog and classic titles have been revealed from Video Games Chronicle. We have a list here. Let's just quickly scroll down here. When it is a slow month like this, you're not likely to get anything amazing. Resident Evil 2. We already covered this story. We already covered this story. We already covered that and that. And Alan Wake coming to Dead by Daylight. You'll be, I assume, a hero character, not a monster character. We already talked about this. This. Video overtook games as UK's biggest entertainment sector in 2023. Marks the first time that video sales have exceeded games as a revenue in a decade. Well, 2023 was definitely a very poor year for video games, and with the losing of FIFA, where FIFA would have sold like crazy, it wasn't particularly a great year for video movies, as it were. But there is also perhaps a unfair comparison, but maybe somewhat comparison too, in that they're including Prime Video, Netflix, Disney Plus, and now TV, and all of those have gone up in the amount of money that they charge, thus the 10% year-over-year revenue. Spending in general on music streaming services, vinyl, and CD was also up. So yeah, you have kind of three reasons for that, in that there weren't any great games. There wasn't a FIFA that would have had the UK mindlessly just buying a new FIFA. The UK in general is shifting in its demographics in particular, and I could see a passive form of entertainment being more popular amongst more immigrants in the UK or older people in the UK than interactive video games. The hope here, I guess, would be that 2024 is better for video games and they come back. On the other hand, this is the kind of information that would only be reported by Video Games Chronicle because they're a UK-based site, whereas the sales of games in the UK are not a huge concern as far as a market. The sales in Japan, the sales in the United States and North America are much more of a concern, or the sales in Europe in general are much more of a concern. The sales in China and Korea are much more of a concern, even. Larian says a fix for the Baldur's Gate 3 save bug on Xbox is coming next week. See, Microsoft has identified the cause of the issue and is working to address it. In the meantime, the other issue, this is the save game bug, has not really been addressed, as far as if you record video clips of any adult content in Baldur's Gate 3, any nudity, it is getting by default automatically uploaded to your Microsoft account, your Xbox account, and then getting scanned and flagged, and it is causing you to get suspension strikes on your account. And their solution so far has just been to go into the settings and turn off the automatic uploading. So there is some level of, if you don't automatically upload it to your library and just have it on that one specific Xbox, that seems to not being scanned. But at some point in the future, I imagine it would be scanned. I imagine we will have consoles that demand to be online almost always and will scan every single bit of content on your hard drive for adult content. It would be so easy, at the very least, to just have some manual approval of strikes before they happen around Baldur's Gate 3 clips in particular, or while Baldur's Gate 3 is still popular. There is some talk also that if you contact customer support, that they can case by case reverse bans or strikes, but that's gonna take extra work for something that really shouldn't have been an issue in the first place. Clearly, before a game like this came out, Microsoft needed to have demanded that the video clips could not be recorded at all. And there's a feature for that, I'm pretty sure, in the Microsoft infrastructure. And there definitely is a feature like that in the PlayStation, and has been for years, where specific cutscenes can't be recorded at certain parts, and the game can just flip a flag mid-game to say you can't get a screenshot at this point. And then there have been some PlayStation games that have straight up said you can't record any of the footage at all, of the gameplay at all. And so this really is just Microsoft dropping the ball, and Larian dropping the ball somewhat too, in that they're not switching those flags if those flags exist on Xbox. Moving on, we talked about this and this. I feel like I'm not 100% sure if we've gone long today because I talked too long or played too much Yu-Gi-Oh, or if there's just a little bit more news. See, Helldivers 2 PC specs and PS5 crossplay have been revealed. They have a whole chart here. Xbox and Bethesda Developer Direct have been confirmed for January 18th. This will include looks at Indiana Jones, Avowed, Hellblade 2, and Ara History Untold. So if there was going to be some big announcement of Microsoft getting out of the hardware business, or going third party and getting some of these games on multiple consoles, Switch and PS5 in particular, this might be where it gets announced about a week or at least a few days after CES, at which point most people will have already forgotten about everything at CES. For these specific games, how many of these could be multi-platform? Pretty much all of them. How many of these are even single platform or exclusive? I'm not sure any of them are, really, when it comes down to it, because yeah, Indiana Jones definitely should be multi-platformed. Then Hellblade 2, I think, already was multi-platform. So it would just really come down to, I'd have to remember what Avowed and Ara History Untold are about. Let's see. Sam Barlow's Immortality will be released on the PS5 this month. This was an award-winning interactive film game that is the spiritual next game from the creator of Her Story. It's not actually the game directly after Her Story, though. There was another game in the middle. Immortality in particular is kind of a weird game where it requires watching a lot of video and rewinding a lot of video. It's very much mouse and keyboard type inputs more than a controller in my mind. So it might be a very weird experience playing it on the PS5. I wouldn't be surprised if it's already been released for Series X and mobile, yeah. So we still are seeing several games that are just late to the party as far as coming to the PS5, which definitely would be another piece of evidence to say having PlayStation be the major console maker when you want high resolution, high graphics would be a pretty poor situation, because there are just times where it feels like Sony doesn't really care if a game gets released at the same time or gets released on their console at all. And I imagine there would be more of that, not less of that. We already talked about that. Sony showing off a new Honda car by driving it on stage with a PS5 controller. Allegedly, they did it with a controller. I wouldn't be surprised if that was faked or staged. But even if it wasn't, who cares? Because there's no way in the real world you're going to be allowed to use a PS5 controller to drive a car. Just think of the number of kids that would grab the controller out of your hand while you're driving a car, or dropping the controller and then having to find it under the floorboard, or kids grabbing the controller and actually driving the cars themselves. It just does not make any sense at all. As for what else is Sony really contributing as far as the development of a Honda car, probably nothing. The only thing Sony, as the major company electronics manufacturer, could contribute would be maybe the entertainment AV unit, Sony PlayStation branded and interconnected that way. Sony probably does have some divisions that I'm not aware of that would make other pieces of electronics, but I don't know if they have, say, direct drive motors to drive electric wheels, or lights or LEDs to do the headlights, or any kind of battery technology or CPU technology to run the computers. Technology. I don't think they really have a screen technology to do some kind of fancy glass on the car. So it's really, really questionable as far as what they're really adding other than the label Sony, which maybe Sony sells better in Japan than Honda does. Sony may very well have got some like experimental technology in one of their research divisions that they are maybe adding, but they're not highlighting that. And the fact that you drive a car on with a PlayStation controller really shows you've got nothing else to show or say, and so unimpressive, really. It's kind of unimpressive to even show a car at CES, because there are auto shows throughout the year that are better places to show off cars. Anyways, here's the story we were talking about. Xbox has now officially confirmed it's banning players who auto-upload sex tapes, sex clips. Let's see. They've confirmed that the Baldur's Gate bans were not made in error. Even those whose consoles automatically uploaded explicit footage could be banned. It's confirmed, though, in those cases it could reverse the action. Xbox account suspicions are not automatic. Each clip is reviewed by a moderator and it's found in violation. So the training of the moderators has been to ban people. So yeah, they're just kind of doubling down on it. See, users who block M-rated games in their family settings should not see any clips from an M-rated game. Shouldn't be any more complicated than that, is one quote. which that seems reasonable. So yeah, really no solution here. Microsoft just really sticking to their guns. Which, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that means Baldur's Gate 3 or 4, the next Baldur's Gate game, or the next game from Larian, thinks really hard about whether they show up on Microsoft's platforms. It definitely makes an argument to think, for individual people to think really hard about playing or making clips on a Xbox platform when they're going to potentially penalize you and suspend your account for something that was so unintentional. PlayStation says that a record 123 million users have used its consoles in December. I wonder, though, if that isn't really stretching by having PS4 included and PSVR 1 and PSVR 2 and PS5, and potentially including Sony cell phones in that number. It's not particularly even a really round number. You would have wanted to see 125 million. Let's see. But yeah, it's still a very big number. I talked about the Potapon project and the Gravity Rush. And this, and this, and this. Sea of Thieves that could be released for PlayStation and Switch, it's being claimed. Nvidia, probably at CES, announced the RTX 40 Super Series, which is to say that it's not going to be a generational improvement to a RTX 50, and arguably we're getting to the point where ray tracing and the RTX branding might need to fall off for a better system, deep learning, super sampling, branding. Generally the supers come and then they announce in the next generation, probably in 6 months to a year, a RTX 50 series. The new cards debut this month starting at $600, which is particularly expensive, and I don't feel like they really have too much new to them. This is based on the Ada Lovelace architecture, base GPUs delivering 52 shader teraflops, 121 ray tracing teraflops, and 836 AI teraflops, which you may very well never use the AI teraflops there. Let's see, 20% more cores than the RTX 4070, the 4070 Super does, making it faster than an RTX 3090 at a fraction of the power with deep learning super sampling 3. Its lead stretches to 1.5 times faster. What you really would want to see here is RAM, but the RAM will be different. Frame buffer up to 16 gigabytes at 256 memory bus. Probably would like to see a 512 memory bus at this point, but if you were to go to a 512-bit memory bus, you probably would need to pay a lot more for more RAM or faster RAM. And inherently having that wide of a bus, even 256, only makes sense in graphics. It doesn't really make sense in any other form of text or music or anything like that. So the internal memory buses in a computer probably don't need to be that wide unless they are moving graphics around. No major new technology though. But yeah, the $1,000 4080 Super is billed as being as 1.4 times faster than the 3080. Increasingly though, the real move is to buy just an old 2080, like 2080, 2090. Most computers can handle that. The vast majority, according to SteamDB, or not SteamDB, but the Steam hardware survey, is that most people are still just playing at 1080p. It would be incredibly expensive to get higher resolution monitors that look good with high refresh rates, which you need for gaming. We really are still stuck at 1080p, and 1080p works good particularly if you're looking at a TV from several feet away. Now, if you've got a monitor that's only half a foot away from you, maybe then 1280 and 1440p resolutions make sense, but that inherently comes down to what game you're playing to and how sensitive your eyes are. I would much more prefer to buy a 2K or 4K monitor to watch TV on, in the rare cases that I have 2K and 4K monitor footage, than try and push my computer to its limits to make a 2K or 4K rendered video game. I'd rather the game just have higher frame rates and be stable. And that is definitely a console mentality, but it is also a mentality that the Steam Deck is also promoting, in that the Steam Deck is more focusing on battery life in many cases over the desire to have 1080p at 60 frames on the Steam Deck. It is doing more of a variable refresh rate to save battery as options, or lower resolution as options. We can't really go all the way down to 720p at this point like the Nintendo Switch for most games, but you could potentially be somewhere in between 720p and 1080p on as far as the resolutions go. Let's see, Horizon Forbidden West PC trailer confirms that it will support deep learning super sampling 3. This is definitely another factor when you have games that are going to be released later this year, supporting a new standard, and the games themselves are just not that popular. Like, you just have to call it as it is. This isn't going to be your system seller in the Horizon Forbidden West series, and I'd have to really think if there is a single game that could be a system seller as far as graphics go. You probably need a new game or a new sequel to a game series that had a character that was more likable and had visuals that were pretty, and Horizon Forbidden West did at one time at least have visuals that were considered very pretty, but they really have done a poor job on maintaining or introducing new likable characters. And even at that, you're only going to get so far with the characters. You also need the visuals and the landscapes and all of that to look really pretty and demand deep learning super sampling 3. And GTA 6 might be a good argument for that one. If GTA 6 came out and looked really, really good, something like that might work, or a Spider-Man game might be a good system seller for deep learning super sampling. Of course, there's going to be less push for new hardware technologies if Microsoft got out of the hardware business, because then Sony would not quickly make a PlayStation 6. They would sit back and relax, and it would be a couple extra years before a PlayStation 6 came out, or the PlayStation 6 may come out on schedule, but it wouldn't really have that much of a visual improvement to it. And arguably, visuals being improved through new graphics cards aren't as much the focus. It's just more hard drive space, faster CPU, faster loading time, faster other elements being faster in general. Yep. This is an older story. Baldur's Gate 3 director saying he's worked out the first act in his next project, which basically means nothing. And then here's the front-on view of the Vision Pro headset, which, yeah, it kind of feels like a toy. They're not even hiding that there's a cord falling out behind it, and there's just like nothing in her hands. So why in the world would you be wearing this and looking through this at somebody, unless this was live translating a language? But even that, this is really goofy looking and feels flimsy for something that's $3,500. Okay, Gamatsu, let's burn through this fairly quickly. Stumble Guys for Xbox One and Series is going to launch January 2023. It'll be interesting to see if that means that it's still popular. Stumble Guys is rated very positively here on Steam, but it is also a player versus player game, so I'm not going to put it on my wish list, even though it is a free game with in-app purchases. Let's see, the PlayStation Plus game catalog. Adding some fairly old games, like Lego City here is a fairly old game. But yeah, Gamatsu has the list here. Also, apparently select series from Crunchyroll are also available for people who have PlayStation Plus Premium. I guess Sony owns Crunchyroll now, and we might see more integration into that, but I imagine not that much integration. A game called Song of Nunu, a League of Legends stories, is coming out for the PS4 and 5 and the Xbox One and Series, launching January 31st. This is still a video game, right? This has been out since November 1st and is overwhelmingly positive. Probably should put this on the wish list just because, heck, even though I've never played League of Legends, this might get me quite a few views. It'd be an interesting experiment, perhaps a dumb experiment. The game The Pedestrian is coming to the Switch on January 18th, which that was one I definitely wanted to play and got on my wish list, but basically since January 29th of 2020, I've been very slow to buy new games and very slow to buy games that are fairly expensive. $20 overall is a little too expensive. This has been $7. That's much more reasonable for a game that looks fairly short. But yeah, I've really dropped the ball as far as playing new games. This game's, yeah, you want those games, right? So here you go. Now let's see you clear them for the PS4 and 5 is coming out on January 11th. This is a collection of the mini games you see in ads. Let's see if we get maybe a better trailer. The mini games that are barely in the games that are being advertised, just being all merged together. So effectively you are just making a like WarioWare type game where you're getting all the mini games that are promised and not delivered. Here's the example of the number castle thing, where your number has to be higher to defeat the person in that specific room on the castle. But yeah, it definitely seems like because the mini games themselves are fairly short, you're only going to have so many of them. Although that was a decent number of levels for that one game. Probably would burn out if they gave you an infinite number of levels of those types of games. The pull the pin games are kind of a great example of what you see ads for all the time. And they are the great example of the kind of games that you really would only want to play for a few minutes, few hours at most, before they get incredibly boring and repetitive. When you see the ads, they're designed to be simplistic, and they're designed to make you feel like you want to play them a lot more than you really would want to play them. Moving on, Otogi Katsukiki Mameda no Bakaru Oracle Saitaro no Seinan demo is now available in Japan. This looks like some kind of RPG, maybe robot battling game. Call it an action game for the Nintendo eShop. Let's see, Tekken 8 has the Panda gameplay trailer if you want to check that out on Gamatsu. Batsugun Fix 8 Tiger Heli and V-Mana are coming to PC on February 1st, part of the Bitware Games Top Lane Arcade Shoot 'em Up Collection Volume 3. Which, okay. I don't know if that means individually each one of these games is coming out. I think it definitely does just mean that. So just look at these. These are all individual shoot 'em up games that I'll probably just make YouTube shorts on and not actually put on my wish list because I'm not that big of a shoot 'em up fan. And while there was some diversity in these shoot 'em up games, sometimes you're a helicopter, sometimes you're a plane, sometimes you're attacking other helicopters, sometimes you're hitting ground elements. For the most part, they all kind of blended together in their visuals and quality. None of them had major stories because they were just arcade games designed to take your quarters, and none of them looked really that different. Sometimes they were set in space, so there was a little bit of visual differences, but very easy to lose interest. And certainly these are of older games where the cover art is completely disconnected from what the game actually is, and a bikini armor clad lady doesn't hurt sales by any means, or a bazooka carrying guy doesn't hurt sales. Let's see, we already talked about Atelier Rizal Arena being region locked, and we talked about the Famitsu scores. I don't know why I opened so many of these articles to talk about earlier. Dragon's Dogma 2 has 5 minutes of Trickster gameplay, which I guess we're getting slightly closer to Dragon's Dogma 2 being announced and coming out. Let's see, you have all these masked characters with different kinds of urns. One lady, it seems, being fairly bikini clad, although in fairness I wouldn't be surprised if this is actually a lady too. This definitely seems like a guy, this definitely seems like a guy. Let's see, do we have any real details? It's due out for the Xbox Series, PS5 and PC on March 22nd. So we do have this category where the there is a chance in 2024 around March that Dragon's Dogma 2 comes out, and it is the first big game of the year and sets pace for other games to be good. Although, is that even a realistic way of thinking, that one game coming out and being good would somehow affect the release of other games in that same time period? That's kind of ridiculous thinking, actually. You can't set pace in a game that takes 4 years to develop at minimum. So yeah, these tricksters look like they are mostly spinning around these smoke urns to these centers to attack with. Thus, I imagine their face is being covered. It's that there's some kind of poison in the urns, would be my assumption. Yeah. So it's just as likely, now that I think about it a little bit more, that Dragon's Dogma 2 comes out in March. It's good, and then we still have no other good games coming out for the rest of the year. But we can hope. Like, we have to hope that maybe there's a trend, and Dragon's Dogma 2 might set us on the right foot for a better 2024 as far as games go. But no real guarantee of that. The game Palworld launches in early access on January 19th for the Xbox One and Series and PC. This is the Pokemon parody rip-off game where the Pokemon characters are shooting guns. Notably, Nintendo has not tried to do anything here as far as stopping Palworld. So either they are biding their time and going to put out a DMCA January 19th, January 20th, or their lawyers have just told them that that a DMCA isn't going to work that well. It may very well be a case that Nintendo of Japan is just building up a court case and to start with a DMCA, because this really is something I could see Nintendo taking all the way to court. There is also some thoughts around whether Disney is going to try and take people to court using Steamboat Willie, either in trademark claims or copyright infringement claims, even though Steamboat Willie content itself is public domain. The character of Mickey Mouse may not be public domain, according to the Legal Eagle YouTuber. And yeah, there is even question whether the derived works of Mickey Mouse that came after Steamboat Willie, Mickey Mouse, may not be copyrightable anymore. So every version of Mickey Mouse at this point might be in the public domain, but that would too probably lead to lawsuits. And who knows what the courts would actually decide on. The courts can be very crazy, and they're frankly a little busy with other things at the moment, but the copyright courts are probably not the same courts that are dealing with the other things. Yeah, they do point out that Alan Wake will be a playable survivor in the Gamatsu article. Helldivers 2 PC features trailer, crossplay, and PC system specs were announced. I don't even really remember Helldivers 1. And then the developer direct set for January 18th. And here's that game Alyssa on Steam. And you can see it is rated very positively and already on my wish list from 2021. So it's another example of an older game that had some success on PC and now is coming to consoles. Excuse me. Although inherently, I don't really love the idea of potentially having success with one game on Steam and then spending the next 3 years just making ports for consoles. Hopefully the developers of Alyssa are also developing something else. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Top Hat Studios or Casper Crows really haven't been working on anything else than video game console ports. I wouldn't be surprised if actually Casper Crows didn't even make the console ports and this is just Top Hat Studios trying to make some more money on something that's already been made. Tekken 8 Story So Far trailer is available. We talked about Immortality coming to the PS5. Game called Little Guardsman launches January 23rd. It's a narrative deduction game. It looks interesting in the art style. To me, it looks more like a point-and-click adventure game than anything. Now, I definitely am in a weird position here in that we're back to 4-hour streams, and I don't really know a good reason for why this has turned into a 4-hour stream, on top of not looking at the games. So I guess I'll probably just not highlight the games, or and then do it offline would be an option. I don't know. I'm gonna have to think about whether I want to do that, and I'm running out of time to think about it. A game called Aka R is coming to the PS5 and PSVR 2 in March. This came out in February of 2023. And yeah, it doesn't look particularly interesting to me, so really don't want to even bother to make a YouTube short on it. I'm gonna just make a special decision there. The One Piece Pirate Warriors 4 DLC characters Shanks and Kobe trailers. Kobe with a K, not with a C. Komatsu getting it totally wrong. Here in the headline here, when clearly it's Kobe with a K, at least in the Japanese version. Getting it wrong here too. Maybe in English they make it Kobe with a C, but every single instinct here tells me that this is supposed to be Kobe with a K. Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 1 version 1.4.0 update is now available for the PS4 and Xbox Series and Switch. The update was previously released on PC. I don't think it fully fixed everything that people had to complain about. Let's see if we can see. Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake are now mostly positive, whereas Metal Gear Solid Master Collection version is still mixed. Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty is mostly positive. Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater Master Collection version is mostly positive. And Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume bonus content is mixed, which I don't really care too much about it. So the main complaint still is Metal Gear Solid 1 being mixed reviewed, but it does seem like the reviews are better. Let's see. So I'm just going to go ahead and put these all on my wish list. Although I wouldn't really be super hyped to play all these games, even though I haven't played them ever before. These stealth-based mechanisms of Metal Gear games or Metal Gear Solid games are not really what I'm looking for in gameplay, and they are things you tend to do in other games anyways. Skyward Sword had a weird stealth-based Metal Gear Solid-like experience in it, and that felt very weird in Skyward Sword, and it didn't feel particularly fun to play in Skyward Sword. Apparently Hogwarts Legacy's sales have topped 22 million. And then the Legend of Steel Empire for Switch launches January 23rd. And then Shiren the Wanderer, the Mystery Dungeon of Serpent Coil Island, has more details for features like rescue and parallel play and more characters, if you want to check that out. And then the Cult of the Lamb Sins of the Flesh update launches January 16th, which, okay. And that brings us to the GameDeveloper.com, which their website's still broken, so let's see if there's anything new we haven't already talked about. Talked about that, we talked about that, we talked about that, we talked about that. That, and that. So it does seem like the stories are kind of connecting here, in that Second Dinner raised $100 million to continue growing Marvel's Snap, where ByteDance and Newverse, as the parent company, is trying to sell off their investment in video games. Yep. So, what I think I want to do here is see if I can very quickly, and this is going to be a relative very quickly, go through the old games. Let's see. And then that'll be the end of the show. This is doing things more in the order that I used to do things, where we would look at the games that came out on Steam at the very end instead of looking at a more curated list of games that came out in the last stream in the past couple days. Also, it's worth pointing out that I was going to give this one a chance. It's worth pointing out that my computer decided to reboot, probably with some kind of Windows update, and as such it closed a bunch of things that I needed to reopen, which also causes the cache to effectively be reset. Here we have yet another one of these games. This is a great example of a developer who's just making basically the same game over and over again, and trying to sell the same game over and over again. So he is kind of a great example to see what we can do as far as flagging things, because these flags, as far as reporting products, have been problematic, and that poor quality is just not an option. Yeah, so you could flag something for having adult content and isn't appropriately labeled and age gated, which there are some games that potentially should be flagged that way. I'm not going to bother to do it, but there's nothing here that says they used AI and they didn't label it, and there's nothing here that says they are just selling the exact same games. Even the fraud category really is just about credit card stealing. So if flagging doesn't work, and noticeably AI generated art as a disclosure, got PlayStation controller support now. Your Xbox controller and PlayStation controllers, new label there. But yeah, there's no AI generated section here to flag something. If you think it's AI generated, this one probably isn't AI generated. There's no real way to flag a tag. Clicking on it just takes you to a list of other games. We could highlight this publisher, but there's no way from this page and from the old publisher search to flag that publisher for publishing the exact same game multiple times, which, if anything, this just highlights this person has put out almost one game every month that look exactly the same in the art style, and nobody's reviewing them, nobody's playing them. There is just a point to say stop and prevent these people from flooding the Steam store with efforts. Some people frankly need to be saved from themselves if they just keep on trying the same concepts, the same art style over and over again. At least on a Steam storefront where it's supposed to be professional games. If this person was just putting these games out for free on some other website, I wouldn't complain about it, but this really just seems like a pathetic effort, and we've seen far too many of them. Now you have something like this, where this looks like a dress-up game, but the animation is fairly rough. It makes her look like a zombie girl, and the proportions anatomically are just terrible. Look, her knee is like way up here versus a knee here, and the angle and proportion is here. The underwear is ridiculous. The hair is way too big. The head's way too big. There's just no consistent style here. So weirdly though, this game is rated very positively. So somebody likes it as a free-to-play game, and I guess at that price there's not too much to complain. but this also would be the kind of game that I would say I wouldn't bother to promote. And at a certain level, whatever age you say this character is, there might be some questionable elements there. This big pink room could be for a 20-year-old as much as it could be for an 18-year-old. The clothing style does seem to lean a little bit young, but seemingly Valve is endorsing that game enough to not immediately remove it. Here we have what looks like a old NES or Sega Genesis. I'd say probably closer to Sega Genesis game. It doesn't, I don't believe it is actually an old Sega Genesis game though, and it may very well play as poorly as old Sega Genesis games. So there's definitely a category of reason not to do that. Here we have a Western animation style, I would say visual novel with some fairly inconsistent art. Here you have kind of fairly realistic proportions, and then you've got these chibi-like proportions of much smaller characters. Yep. So I'd say no to that. Here you have yet another one of these games where it definitely feels like there's probably an uncensored patch showing off a lot more cleavage, having these giant boobed anime style girls. Even this style, I would say, might actually be more of a Korean animator. But it's an overwhelming story, and again you have this case where it's tagged with sexual content and nudity, and yet it's not in the adult section. So by all rights, I should just click this button and click adult content, and I should just go through all the games on Steam if I had infinite amount of time and energy, flag everything that's not in the adult section, force games like this into the adult section so more people have to seek them out. But I don't know if that really would help the game industry in any way. Really probably hurts the game industry more than anything. There's something more to this game, I would say, in that you have like a chores and a stamina and a memories element, so it's more than just your standard visual novel. They're naming specific voice actors, so that tells you that there's probably some voice acting here, even though it's not labeled. Unless CV does not stand for voice acting. Yeah, ever since I stopped looking at the adult games, though, there has been kind of a lacking amount of visual novels that we would normally see. Here's a game I'm gonna give a chance to, although I don't really know what it even is. And remember, what I'm showing here is still just the curation, and me curating the curation of the curation by a specifically large amount. So there's still a ton of garbage games that I'm skipping over. Rails Across America looks like an old NES game, but it doesn't really look good enough. This too feels like an old NES game, but it might have some history to it, so I'm gonna give it a chance. Perhaps I'm putting too much on the follow list. This looks like this might be a hack and slash Chinese game that might work, probably wouldn't. This looks like it could be something. Yeah, that's the problem with trying to criticize a lot of these games too, is it is very much, it could be something, but it could be nothing. Here you have a very weird game, and I'll give that a chance. Now, we did have the story of the, I believe, 13-year-old beating Tetris on the NES. Is that going to make an argument that we should see more Tetris games on Steam? Probably not. Tetris effectively has been done to death. This does seem like it's slightly different in that you have different colored tiles that you have to match, so it's a more difficult version of Tetris. But I really couldn't justify making a YouTube short around it with just that one gimmick, and I really couldn't justify putting it on the follow list. We are very much 100% away from these style of games. These are not even really what we would consider video games when we think about video games by modern standards. This is a mobile game. This is a arcade game. This is an old school game. Whatever new label you would create to call it. It's not Modern Warfare. It's not what you expect from a video game. Even a strategy game. You don't expect a game where you have multiple levels that you just keep playing over and over again. You expect the game to change things up, or there to be some other gimmick to it. We have what looks like nicely animated visual novel that I suspect is Japanese only. We're increasingly seeing that still happen. And notably, you have a game here that could earn the ire of Steam just because you have an anime girl here with some of her legs showing. But I wouldn't worry too much about it, because you can't play it if you speak English anyways. There is probably an argument that if Microsoft left the hardware market and went third party, that probably would hurt PC gaming and even people on Steam in the long run. Like, more competition is always better. That is generally the way people seem to preach and believe, and I think it probably is the case. That we've never really seen a market in economics, or I've personally never seen a market where there's just so much competition that it hurt the end consumer, and it's really the end consumer that needs to be protected above all else. This Yokai City is not quite animated the way I'd like it to be, so I'm going to say no to this visual novel. But yeah, if all of a sudden Microsoft feels like it's making enough money by just selling on the Switch and the PlayStation, they probably would spend less effort porting their games to PC, and that could be a problem. Consoles need to, at some level, should I give this a chance or not? I'm gonna say no. At some level, consoles do compete with PC just because they're a much cheaper alternative. If all of a sudden there's less competition in those consoles levels, then there's going to be less competition overall on the higher levels too. Here we have a mobile game called Summoner's War that has come to Steam, and you can see it's already at a mixed 49%, so people are definitely not enjoying Summoner's War. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a free-to-play with a lot of in-app purchases, or if it's just been horribly optimized. Looking here, it seems like it's horribly optimized. CPU usage is nearly 5 times more than the emulator. First time I've experienced a PC version of a mobile game performing worse than an emulator. Game updated, supposed to fix the game, didn't fix the game, still can't log in, just get a black screen. Just stick to the phone game, won't work. Multi-million-dollar company can't make a mobile game work on Steam. Stuck it to checking for updates. So a significant amount of people are not even just able to even log in, which maybe highlights that there is some desire to play Summoner's War. So what I'll do is probably punish this and put it on the follow list to see if it fixes it later, but I'm not going to make a YouTube short now. It's effectively lost its relevancy. This game, Astral Tale, is also another example of a game that has come out fairly recently as an MMORPG, and it's already mixed. Let's see what the reasons are for that. Game doesn't run at even after following all the instructions to fix launch issues. Translation's bad. Rather play Ragnarok 2 online, as I'm not into the clicking and it takes you there. UI and game systems are very outdated. So yeah. Looking at the art, this feels like something that could have been popular. Maybe it needed to be released several years ago because the art doesn't look amazing. But yeah. I guess again I'll put it on the fall list and we'll see later. Next time I do some fall list cleanup. I'd want to say yes to this boxing game, but it seems like you're boxing just by typing keys on the keyboard. Right? RTY space. So the controls look just terrible. Now noticeably, mouse and keyboard support only is not being highlighted on pages, and I feel like that used to be the case. Is you would have a warning that said limited controller support or no controller support, whereas that seems to have gone away in favor of just saying nothing, which that feels like a regression, definitely. Let's see. Here we have some interesting looking visuals. Some kind of point and click comic book tag. It's really hard to tell what this is though, between the 3 screenshots I'm seeing. And it's in Italian only, which means I can't put it on the fall list because it doesn't speak English. Well, I could translate it though. Let's see what it says. Bluth Root is a narrative adventure game that explores the fragility of Gen Z. A mysterious and dystopian app pushes a group of high school students to delve into their own psychological problems between melancholy, hyper-thought, and fear of the future. Bluth is inspired by the TV series Tridici, which probably is an Italian show. I see someone's on the chat saying no one's watching. Well, you're watching. But yeah, that's typical. Also, that I get very few views on live streams, but it still seems to help my channel a little bit. What is a content creator really supposed to respond to somebody saying no one's watching? The only thing I really could do is try and turn what could be taken as a negative into a positive, and said, well, how about we seek out some people? How about I suggest that you find some people to subscribe to my channel and watch my videos, and then maybe we could grow a bigger community there. Like I'm broadcasting. I'm trying to get people to watch, obviously. I can only do so much there. Trust me, all of my friends and family that I've told I had a YouTube channel have long since decided that they don't have any interest in watching me. So all I can hope for is more random strangers to want to watch me. More direct suggestions might be heard in the comments, but in general, I'm right now not really in the mood to drastically change anything or even slightly change things. Drillbert almost looked like a game I wanted to put on the follow list. Now this Super Normal, we still considerably have these problems where a horror game can look very interesting, and the fact that you have this like pose for this character gave me more hope, instead of normally you just see horror characters standing in one place, or but the movements here, the spinning, that all gave me some hope that this might be a real horror game. What's funny is they're saying it's inspired by Allison Road. Allison Road was a horror game demo that I don't believe ever went anywhere. And maybe it came out, but yeah. Looking here, it definitely feels like this could be an interesting horror game, for as much as horror games are interesting at this point because they flood the Steam marketplace. 2 hours of gameplay doesn't seem crazy. $8 for 2 hours maybe is a little too much. So even though this is mixed, I think I put it on the follow list. Let's see if we can see some reviews. Come on. Click somewhere. The game had some moments that gave me chills and very overwhelming atmosphere at first, but that quickly went away after the same scares were repeated again and again, and I could differentiate between the sounds, which sounds mattered and which ones meant nothing, and it just made me jump at all. Scam game and literally the most boring thing I've ever played. Don't touch. I think the voice commands could use some work. Most of the time it wouldn't register the commands I was saying, and jump scares were being made into cuts scenes, basically ruins the scare you could get. One of the most terrible horror games I've ever played, and plagued with a myriad of and I've played a myriad of indie horrors. The AI voice might actually have aged me. So do you control this game with microphones? Yeah, you have to use voice recognition, so that's probably a major problem too, is that the technology just doesn't really work. And honestly, I wouldn't try to make any video game with voice direction detection, because even like the Alexas and things like that are very poor as far as correctly doing voice detection for a lot of people. Almost all the voice detection softwares do not recognize what I'm saying most of the time. So the visuals look good, and this probably highlights a great example of where, at best, when you're browsing games on Steam, you can just look at the screenshots and hope it's a good game, but you're really not getting anything about how the gameplay plays, how the audio works, how long the game is, how repetitive the game is. All of that, at best, is going to get reviewed and highlighted. And we aren't really at a point where on Valve you need to distrust reviews, because people have the hours on record. If they got the game for free, it is marked in almost all cases if they're giving a positive review. So it would be very difficult to try and put fake negative reviews on a video game by having somebody play a game for at least an hour and a half and then putting in a long-winded negative review. And Valve is pretty good at labeling or detecting reviews they don't like, even though a lot of the reviews that Valve doesn't like are probably still legitimate reviews. It is by far much better than any of the product reviews on like Amazon.com, where many of those reviews are straight up made up. Almost, I'd say 70 to 90% of reviews on any one product may be made up, or they may be reviews for a different product, or yeah, there's just a way worse system there. Then I think this is the last game I was considering, and this looks like a modern take on a light gun game. Nope, it is not a light gun game. Now that I look at it further, it's actually yet another one of these cat searching games where there are just cats throughout all of this. Although in this case I would say it's really just silhouettes of cats that you're clicking on, which that's probably not too far away from what a light gun game is anyways. and is more of a wholesome hidden object take on a light gun game, but that's not really what people would want. I would much prefer that there would be baddies showing up and then I could click on the screen and shoot them, and even that's still not going to be super fun because inherently you are still not shooting a light gun, and that's really what people would want, is a light gun. And there's maybe 2 or 3 light guns available you can buy that you can use on modern monitors, and I'm not sure any of them are accurate or good enough or fast enough. That would be a technology I'd like to see revitalized by somebody. I don't know who, but I don't know how you really get a better system there. What you inherently need is something that could take a picture of a monitor and then run some very fast math to determine where your camera was pointing, your light gun camera, as to whether or not you would have hit the target or not. And I don't know if that technology really could exist. Instead of trying to calibrate it in other ways that are not as accurate or not as fast, or having a mouse. A big part of this too is just mouse movement in games. In a game that is effectively designed for mouse movement first, it's going to be slower than something that could have a touchscreen input. A good light gun game in modern times would, if you connected a touchscreen, allow you just to tap on the enemies instantaneously. Alright, well, it's already 4 hours and 20 minutes. We went really long today. That's going to be it for this stream. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to support me further, there's a link down below in the description box. Thank you for watching.